Hello to
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here this bright early morning. Most of you know I'm not an early riser. I'm so glad you took time out of your schedule to be here. Also, as part of the requirements for this class, your camera has to be on. So, if you can, please turn on your camera, position yourself to be in front of your camera. We'll go over housekeeping, which Dr. Hun kind of mentioned already. I have been an MHFA, because it's quite a mouthful to say mental health first aid, but I have been an MHFA instructor since 2019 and started teaching the class through the IMWA in 2022. We're going to go ahead and get started. I want you to open up your MHFA manual and participant processing guide, the PPG. Those should have been documents for you to download. And if you didn't download it when you were doing your pre-work, that's fine. If you can just go ahead and log in so you can have it readily accessible to you. And as you're doing that, I'm going to share my screen.
excuse me, Melody, that's where my stuff got lost and I never was able to retrieve anything.
Okay, I will put it in the link. I
Okay.
think I have a copy of the PPG. Okay, so let me get that for you then.
Okay. So where am I going to retrieve this from? An email?
I will put it in the chat.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. I should be able to put it in the chat. I'm going to take a double check to make sure this is it. That way, if anybody else needs it, they can have access to it. And most items that I send to you guys will be in the chat. Okay, this is it. Okay, it's loading. You should see it now in the chat. Mom, do you see it?
Just a moment.
Okay.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So I want to thank the IMWA for this opportunity. I also want to thank Alliance for Greater Works. They provided a grant so we can bring awareness to the community. And this is my jam. Anything about mental health awareness, especially to the BIPOC, the Black, Indigenous, people of color community. So we know the resources and tools that are available for us should there be a need. All right. If at any time you need to step away, please feel free to do so. You don't need to raise your hand. Let me know. We're all adults here. If you need to go to the restroom, get a water, have a snack, that's fine. But you need to immediately come back The purpose of being on here is so you can obtain all the information you need to get your certificate at the end of this session. If it's an emergency or something has happened, most of you have my number. You can text me or you can put it in the chat. Or since Evangelist Tiffany is assisting, you can send a direct message to her. Just letting us know that you're okay, you needed to step away, or you have an emergency and you'll be back. As Dr. Hunt stated, please silence your phones. Make sure you're on mute. If you have a question, again, use the chat to your leisure. There will be opportunities for you to come off mute or to do a thumbs up or any type of emoji. This is not about me, okay? In this session, I highly encourage everyone to participate. It makes it fun, it makes it engaging, it makes the class move along faster instead of just listening to me. If you need any special accommodations, please let me know. Again, you can send it to me directly in the chat or to Evangelist Tiffany. So you will have a chance to introduce yourselves real quick, but a few more things I want to discuss before we get started. So just a little background information on MHFA. It's a public education program that teaches you how to recognize and respond to the signs of mental health problems or crisis. It originated in Australia in 2000 and has been adopted in over 25 countries. An important factor in this program's international expansion has been the continuing attention to research and evaluation. So this course is evidence-based. It's not just what sounds good, what looks good. No, it's based on research and evaluation studies. And because of that, it has demonstrated that this course is effective. So it has been growing. It is a growing force in the public health education. In 2008, this program was brought to the United States through a partnership between the National Council of Mental Well-Being and the states of Maryland and Missouri. Yay, the Show Me State. The Youth MHFA course was brought to the United States in 2012, and there are different versions of this course. Most recently, in 2018, the Teen MHFA program was brought to the United States, and mental health first aid continues to grow and adapt to the needs of people in our country. So, like I said before, this is an interactive program and it relies on your participation. You may opt out of any activity or discussion at any time, so I'm not forcing you to, but I would just really love it if you would. This is not therapy or a support group. Of course, because all of our backgrounds are in church, we are able to stop and say a prayer if need be, but this is not a support group, okay? This is a class. You're going to learn information to be certified at the end. It's intended to provide you with information build skills similar to the standard first aid course. This course does not teach you how to be a skilled therapist. So by the end of this class, I'm not requiring you to know a theory and know coping skills. And no, this course is going to teach you how to be observant, to be aware, and then to provide resources. Like I said before, you will receive a certificate at the end of this course. You will take a final exam to receive that course. And as Mom said before, please make sure you check your email as it's getting to the 3-year mark. So if you want to put yourself a reminder, note it on your calendar. When it gets close to 3 years, you should be receiving an email to let you know to take it's just a brief overview, and I think it's only about an hour to recertify instead of the 8 hours. You are more than welcome to come back. But if you can reduce the time, just be mindful of when it's time to retake the certification. Anybody have any questions so far? Okay. So we can get to know each other. If you can, briefly state your name and a favorite hobby. Your name and a favorite hobby. Whoever wants to go first.
Charlotte Parker. And oh, do I have a favorite hobby? I don't know, but I love singing. I love working out, and I don't think I want to go any further.
I appreciate you for letting us know. And also, by the way, when you do share, just feel comfortable to share whatever you like. There's no pressure, like I said. So thank you for sharing that. Who's next?
Praise the Lord, Evangelist Tiffany or Tiffany. And I like to cook. I like to try different things. My family and I, we are foodies. So we like to try different things, out of the box things, and recreate recipes and menus. So that's one of the things my family and I would like to do together.
Thank you. And I'm glad you said Tiffany. So is everybody okay that I call you by your first name? Minus mom. I'll say mom. I'm not gonna call you Charlotte. But is everybody okay with that? We take the titles off today? Okay, thank you. All right, who's next?
I'm Brianna Jackson, and I'm from Kalamazoo, Michigan. And I'm like Tiffany. I like to cook, so that's one of my things. I like to cook, and I've got a recent new love for swimming. So that's brand new for me. So if you is something you always wanted to do, you are not too old to learn to swim. I just can't believe it. At my age, I've learned to swim and love it.
Thank you. I love that for you. Thank you so much, Brianna. Were you on here before? Have you taken this class
Yes,
before?
I did.
Okay.
And so I was trying to look back at the years because I had assumed mine expired. And so that's the reason I took it again. And now I'm trying to get back in my thing and see if I could look back to when it was.
I want to say if it wasn't 3 years ago, but just do a search for MHFA, but it doesn't
Okay.
have to be here. But thank you for joining us again. Okay, next.
Hi, I'm Troy. I like to travel and I like to go to the beach.
Mm.
Thank you, Troy. And Troy can sing, y'all. I heard him singing last Sunday. And I
Mhm,
found out he plays the organ as well, just. But
mhm, mhm.
I'm not going to share for him. But thank you, Troy, for sharing. Who's next?
Good morning. My name is Missy, and my hobby is that I like to read. And thank you, Brianna, for sharing your hobby because that's one of my goals is to learn how to swim and to let my grandbabies teach them how to swim. So thank you for letting me know it's not too old.
Thank you, Missy, for sharing. Girl, you better get out in that water with them girls. Okay, who's next?
Hi, my name is Marlon Hurst, and I like to eat.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. Next. Well, I'm Melody and I love to sing and sleep. hmm And everything in between sleeping. And then we have Krishanda. Just lean your head over, Krishanda. Yes, she can't hear, but she's also on the call. Krishanda, wave. Yes? No? All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Anybody have any questions? Like I said, if there's an emergency, please let us know. And we will take breaks throughout this. Now, if we take a lot of breaks, of course, that will extend this session. I will keep us on task with the time. There will be times where we do separate into groups. And so when we separate into groups, it'll be for moments at a time. You will get the information. And in the groups, you'll have a leader, a timekeeper, and a recorder to jot down some information. All right.
Excuse me,
Now,
Melanie. I
yes.
sent you a quick text on your mobile.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So each segment that we go into, you'll see some artwork. So I'm gonna go back to the screen. And if you notice the artwork right here, each artwork was created by people who have experienced mental health challenges and contributed their work to raise awareness. So with their consent, we proudly honor their bravery, recognize their talents, and thank them for their support. So there's a description of each piece of art in the course in your PPG. So what you can expect to learn, I'm gonna go over that real quick too. And this is just, there's 7 segments. We'll probably break after segment 4 unless you guys want to keep it moving. But I know we will definitely take a lunch after segment 6 or 5, excuse me, after segment 5. Okay. So by the end of the course, you're going to be able to accomplish each of the objectives identified on this slide. Take some time to review it. We know that early intervention is the best intervention. Algae is a term, hopefully you saw in your pre-work, but this is a term you will see throughout this entire session. And what it stands for, hopefully you remember what it stands for. Mental Health First Aid USA Manual. So I'm gonna get to that. You'll see this icon right here. It was adapted from the Australian MHFA manual by a team of physicians, mental health professionals, and people who have experienced mental health challenges to reflect the experiences of U.S. adults. The different sections of the manual provide additional information on specific conditions and recommendations for giving first aid. The manual does not follow the format of the course. So it's just a guide to give you information on a given topic that we may be discussing. And the manual is divided into 3 primary sections. The first section is the Introduction to Mental Health First Aid, which I kind of gave you a brief overview. It gives you information about how it was started, the program, the role of a mental health first aider, information about recovery from mental health challenges, and mental health care in the US. The second section is the Mental Health First Aid for Mental Health Challenges. It provides education on signs and symptoms of a variety of developing mental health challenges and disorders in adults who are experiencing emotional distress. Please make sure you remember this. Adults who may be experiencing emotional distress may not necessarily have a mental disorder. So think about it. When you're overwhelmed, we all experience some form of anxiety. That does not mean we have a diagnosis of general anxiety disorder, okay? The mental health first aider may notice signs and symptoms that indicate that the person needs support and may need to see a medical or mental health professional. There are chapters on several mental health disorders that are common in adults. Each chapter includes specific considerations for applying the Mental Health First Aid Action Plan, ALGE, as I mentioned before, to help an individual experience a specific disorder. So make sure you have access to your PPG because the third section is the Mental Health First Aid for Crisis. It provides guidance on how to assist the person in a crisis or with significant emotional distress. It teaches you the warning signs of crisis associated with common mental health challenges. All right, the PPG will guide you through the course. So that's why I wanted to make sure that you have that out or readily accessible to you. There are spaces provided if you printed it out to take notes, or you can jot notes on your phone or whatever is comfortable for you to use. You will find activities to help you achieve the learning objectives. The guide follows the pace of the course as well. Key information presented on the slides will also be found in the PPG. All right, if you turn to page 6 of your participating processing guide. And it is the learner rights and responsibilities. If you can review that, if you have any questions or concerns about the course policies or the responsibilities as a learner, please ask now. You don't need to take any pictures of anything. The slides will not be sent to you. They can't be duplicated because you have everything in your manual and the PPG. So you can take the notes however you feel you need to. In the footer bar of each slide, you will notice page numbers. So you see right here, it gives you an example. Where am I? Okay, yes, you will notice page numbers and two different icons. So the manual page icon that looks like the book, that tells you where to go for the manual for more information about the topic presented on the slide. In some cases, you may be able to find the information on multiple pages, but the most relevant page is presented here. And then on the PPG, the icon points you to the pages with the applicable activities or information. So remember, I was talking to you about the learning agreement. We may not all agree, and that's fine. We will respect each other. We will participate and most importantly, have fun. And if something triggers you or makes you feel uncomfortable, please take care of yourself first. Okay, prioritize self-care. And we will talk a little bit more about that towards the end. Before you can help anybody else, you need to help yourself. Okay? There may be a time where we need to discuss or take a pause, and I'll use the whiteboard to do so. And are you guys familiar with using the whiteboard? Or have you used the whiteboard before? If not, then you'll see it today and we'll use it. And it'll look something like this. You'll be able to write, annotate, make notes when we get to that. Okay? All right. Questions or topics that are outside the scope of MHFA will not be added to this list. Okay? So we want to stay on topic and stay on time. Anybody have any questions about anything before we move forward? Nope. All right, we're moving on along. So we're on to segment 2. And this is just a recap of your pre-work. And as I mentioned before, each segment will have artwork. This piece of art titled Agios Tree was created by Timothy Amusin. So again, this is artwork from people who have experienced mental health challenges and contributed their work to raise awareness. And we thank them for their support. And we want to recognize their bravery and their talents. So these are the objectives. I want you to be able to understand the purpose of this program, your role as a mental health first aider, to understand that recovery is possible, okay? Recovery from a mental health or substance abuse or substance use challenge is possible. The 5 steps of algae we're going to go over to see if you remember, and most importantly, recognize the signs and symptoms of mental health challenges that may impact adults. I want you to turn to pages 13. We're going to do 13 through 21 of your PPG. And I want you to review over those pages to prepare for the knowledge check. I'm going to see what you remember. And again, that's page 13 to 21. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to review. And after we review, we'll have just a little small discussion. And these knowledge checks are beneficial to you. So again, at the end of this session, when you take your quiz, you'll have all the information you need to successfully pass your test. And it's pages 13 through 21. I'm going to give you 1 more minute. Okay, for this activity, I just want you to familiarize yourself with the emojis or the reactions. So this will be true, false. For true, you'll do a thumbs up. For false, you'll do a thumbs down. If you can't find it, you can say true or false, okay? So everybody ready? See what you remember from your pre-work. All right. MHFA is the help offered to an adult experiencing a mental health challenge. True or false?
Can you repeat the question?
It's on the screen.
Okay.
MHFA is the help offered to an adult experiencing a mental health challenge. I see Missy's answer. Okay. That is correct. It is true. Mental health first aiders do not diagnose themselves or others. Rather, they observe changes in behaviors and offer a non-judgmental listening ear. True or false? Yes. Okay. You guys are correct. And number 3, MHFA does not supersede any professional, legal, or organizational obligations to which a first aider may be bound. True or false? All right, I see y'all did y'all's work last night. Okay, let's move on. Reducing stigma is not an important part of being a mental health first aider. True or false? Okay, I see someone put it in the chat. Thank you. Anybody else?
I'm trying to
This
find
is
out where the Sister Melody. I guess
It's false.
it is. I can't find a portion of my screen to bring everything back up to get my emojis. So I'm trying
That's
to.
okay. Or you can always put it in the chat, or like Troy, just say false. Yes.
I'm trying to find that part too. I mean, you got the screen up, and my full screen is no longer here. So I'm trying to see how I can adjust all of that. But okay.
Okay. Trauma is a powerful risk factor. Protective factors are the counter to risk factors. True or false? I'm looking at y'all's face. Yes, good job. It is true. I can click. Thank you. All right. Our health, beliefs, and behaviors are connected to our backgrounds and experiences. Yes, I read your mouth. Yes, ma'am. It is true. Oh, I gave y'all the answer to that one. Mental health disorders are diagnosable conditions that affect a person's emotional state and behavior. Mental health first aiders do not, and I repeat, do not diagnose. So this is a true statement. Yes. Okay. A mental health challenge is a term that refers to when people are experiencing early signs, symptoms, worsening signs, symptoms, or crisis signs or symptoms, and to people who have been diagnosed with a mental disorder by a professional. Yes, that is correct. It is true. Recovery is achievable and attainable for many people who have experienced a mental health challenge. Yes, that is true. And as part of your resources, which you'll get towards the end, remember 988. So 988 is very similar to 911. If you are yourself experiencing a mental health crisis, or you know of someone who is experiencing a mental health crisis and need immediate assistance, 988 is a suicide and crisis lifeline across the United States. Okay? And hopefully you remember that from your self-paced intro. So this information will be repeated at the end of your PPG. Does anyone have any questions about anything? Okay, moving on. So let's recap. Answer one or both of the following statements, and I want you to use the chat this time if you can, or mom, you can mouth it if you can't find the chat. You know, I'm real flexible. The concepts introduced in the MHFA self-paced introduction. Now I gotta move my, sorry, yeah, okay. Connect to my community because there's really no right or wrong for this one. And then the concepts introduced in the MHFA self-paced introduction make me think about my role as a blank because. And I know for the members of Zion, you guys are a part of the Healing and Hope Ministry. So maybe when you're thinking about the second bullet point, you're placing yourself in that position. Or maybe you will utilize it at work or within your own private community. So just take some time to think about that. And you can put it in the chat. If you feel comfortable to share it openly, you can do that as well. Anybody want to share? I don't see anything in the chat. Oh, I do see something in the chat now. Thank you, Brianna. Yes. Anybody else want to add to that? Give you about 30 seconds. If not, we're going to move on. Brianna, what's the recipient rights office? Recipient rights officer?
Yes.
That's
I work in Kalamazoo at the Kalamazoo Mental Health County. Actually, just has a different name, but that's what it was. And I'm a recipient rights officer. And so people that receive mental health services through the state of Michigan or any state, they have rights. And if they think their rights are violated, they make complaints, and I investigate those complaints, and I do site visits at a lot of different facilities where people are receiving mental health services. And I wasn't doing this the first time I took your first aid class, and now I'm working in this industry, and I want to take the class again through you, not other resources that are available to me to take it, but I remembered you and wanted to take it this way.
Thank you so much. That sounds like in Texas, the Office of Civil Rights. So anyone who has a disability, they can go to that office to make a complaint or just share concerns. They have an investigation. And yeah, that's what that sounds like. Thank you for sharing
It
that.
may be similar. It's just the
Mm-hmm.
civil rights versus the rights that people have that are receiving mental health services are very
Mm-hmm.
specific because that's from the mental health code. So
Mm-hmm.
those are the policies we look at.
Thank you for sharing that. And thank you, Tiffany. Yes, in the ministry, in the community, is very helpful everywhere. So thank you both for sharing. Okay, so now that we have successfully reviewed the self-paced portion of the course, we are going to move on to the skills application. So now we want to apply what you have learned. I'm going to move on. Just bear with me. You guys remember what ALGE stands for? If you do, you don't have to say it. We're going to get into ALGE. You will hear this all throughout the remainder of the course. All right. This artwork is titled Daisy and May, created by Sarah Montgomery. The segment title is ALGE, like I said, learn the 5 steps of ALGE. And we're going to spend the remainder of the course. You're going to know ALGE backwards and forwards. And it does not always go in this order as well. So what does the A stand for? It's right there. So what does the A stand for? It's on the screen. Unmute yourself. What's A stand for?
Approach.
Mm-hmm. L,
Listen.
Yeah.
listen.
Yes.
Yes. Now, to me, even though they're all equally important, L is most important in my opinion. What is the G?
Give.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. E,
Encourage.
and encourage again.
Mhm.
So, like our pastor says, you guys remember what he says? Be encouraged, take courage, and we're going to encourage ourselves and encourage others, okay? The action plan centers around assess. So if you see assess in the middle, that's what we're doing the entire time. Before we do anything, we're going to assess this situation because you need to know whether the individual is in crisis or not. And you should always be aware of any changes to the situation so you can adjust your approach accordingly. During the steps of the action plan, you as the first aider are assessing for crisis. Although the steps of the action plan is labeled assess for risk of suicide or harm, as a mental health first aider, you assess for any crisis, not just for the risk of suicide or harm. Just as a driver is always assessing when you're driving, you're looking straight ahead of you, but you're also checking your rear view and side view. You're doing the same thing. You want to always assess the situation to ensure the safety of yourself and everyone involved. There are situations that may turn into crisis. So, as a first aider, you should be aware of these situations. There are specific crises that let me get to the slide first as I'm talking. Okay. There are specific crises that may turn into, or that should be continually assessed during this step. So right here may become a crisis: panic attack, substance misuse, non-suicidal self-injury. We will have a chance to practice how to respond to these crises in a future learning segment for the immediate crisis. So if it's a medical emergency, a severe psychotic state. If you, as the mental health first aider, has determined that there is no crisis currently, you can move to the next step of the action. So let's start with the approach, the A. It's important to keep in mind with the approach. You don't want to make a big scene, okay? You don't want to cause more harm, okay, or add fuel to the fire. Now, the person you're talking to that you approach, they may downplay it. They may not even recognize that it's a problem. But you want to talk privately to them. Like the scripture says, go to your brother, them and them alone. Okay, that's what you're going to do. You're not going to do like that social media trend. Well, it's not a trend, but it's gone viral of the first lady embarrassing the praise team member. We're not going to embarrass anybody. Okay, we're going to take them to the side and share our observation, not place judgment. You want to be aware that the individual may downplay, like I said, because they may not know what's going on. We don't want to pressure anyone to share their thoughts and feelings. Instead, reassure the person that you will be available to talk when they are ready. And we are going to learn how to use I statements. I have noticed. I am worried. Now, what's wrong with you? No, we're not doing that. Okay. So we're using I statements. Going to do an activity. Okay. Yay. This is to identify helpful and unhelpful approaches when someone may be having a mental health challenge. We're going to use the annotate. So remember, I told you on your screen, you should see where you can annotate. That means to write. You can use your finger, you can use your mouse. If you don't want to use annotate, you can use the chat. Okay, I need you to go to page 25 of your PPG. And do you guys want me to show that on the screen too as well? Okay. So I'm gonna stop sharing just for a moment and I'm gonna pull that up. Mhm. Okay. Checking the chat too real quick because I see some messages. Okay, that was from Brandon.
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna share my screen so you can see the PPG. We're on page 25. Can everybody see this? Okay. So what are helpful and unhelpful approaches? And you can put an X so you have the opportunity to annotate. So as we're looking at this list, you can put an X like this or a check, whatever is easiest for you to do. I want you to identify which approaches are helpful and which are not. Put a check mark next to the statement you have determined as helpful and an X next to the one you have determined as unhelpful. If you are unsure, put a question mark. Look at y'all, all right. So let's go over these. What do the helpful approaches all have in common? Anybody? Because I see a lot of green check marks.
They're asking or making a statement of concern.
Mm-hmm. Instead of making it feel judgy or making them feel like they're doing something wrong.
Correct.
Thank you. Anyone else? And notice the I statements. Look at the first one. I am concerned about you. They're sharing their concern. So the statements that are unhelpful, why do you think they're unhelpful?
Is the unhelpful ones are more judgmental, more discouraging, more of an attack on the person.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them were given possibly false promises. You know, you'll feel different tomorrow. And, that could be a false promise to them.
That's right.
And dismissive, like I like to talk, but I've got to go.
It's like
You matter, but not right now.
It's like you don't have time for the person. You don't really have time. You just want to be nosy.
Mm-hmm. Can you think of any other statements we could add that were not listed on this page? And if not, that's okay.
Just
All
letting
right.
the person
Oh, go
know.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Letting the person know I'm just here to listen. I don't have the answers. I'm just here to listen.
That's a good one. That's good. And you can jot that down or remember that as we're moving along. And that goes perfectly well with the L for algae. And where we approach the words that we use, our relationship with the person and the tone we use can impact the start of the conversation. So if we notice that something is going on, but we come to them dismissive or aggressive, they may not even open up to us. So we want to provide a safe space for them. There's not one right way. We all have our different ways of doing things, which is perfectly fine. But now you have some different options to start a conversation. So what is the next step of the MHFA action plan known as algae? So I said algae. We just did the A, which is what again? What's the A?
Approach.
Yes. So in algae, we did the A. Now we're doing the
We're going to listen.
and not judge. Yes. Listen non-judgmentally. Okay. Guess what, guys? We're going to do another activity. Yay. Told you it's not about me. Okay. And I'm to show the whiteboard. Let me get out of this real quick. So I'm stop sharing. Okay. You guys see the whiteboard, right? Yes. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm going to do the very best that I can. I'm going to do the smart drawing and do a line if it'll let me. There we go. And this side, L stands for listening. And this, oh, or not. Let me erase that. Thank you. Okay. The left side will be listening because it won't let me be great. Yes, it will. Okay. And then this side is non-listening. Not listening. So the goal is to see which category gives more examples in the allotted time frame. I want you to type your answers onto the table using the annotation tool. And let me pull up the activity. Okay, it is not pulling up. Give me 1 minute, please. So what I need you to do is you're going to brainstorm examples of listening and not listening. And you're going to type them on the listening side and the not listening side. So we already talked about how to listen non-judgmentally, right? And what can be aggressive. We have the list, but what does it look like? Examples of listening and not listening. And you can go ahead and type it in the chat, not the circles. Mhm. Look at y'all. And we have about 1 more minute. Okay, I love this. So let's look at not listening, your body language. And this could really be on both sides, right? Body language. So if I'm looking away, I'm on my phone, or I'm talking. Let me see, I can't see all of that. Talking while they are talking. These are good. Am I missing any on the not listening side? Okay. Anybody want to add anything else? I really like these. Okay. Now let's look at the listening side. Repeating back what the person said to show that you heard them. That's a good one. And it's not repeating them every time, so we don't want to sound like a parrot, but that lets them know that we are in sync with what they're saying. Nodding, that's good. Looking at the person, so eye contact. Thank you guys so much for engaging. That way you don't have to hear my voice the entire time. So thank you. So this shows us we already know some of the things to do and not do to demonstrate listening. I'm gonna get out of this. Yes, ma'am.
Elder Hurst, Marlon sent you a message. His camera's not working, but he's right here.
Hi. He messaged me or is in the chat?
In the chat, yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Pretending that you're listening. Talking while they're talking. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to get back to the presentation. Okay. So how do we listen? We already talked about this. We listen non-judgmentally. It can be a challenge sometimes to listen. So being non-judgmental can take focused effort. In this step, we are asking you to do both. Listen non-judgmentally. You will have the opportunity to practice listening non-judgmentally in later segments. But first, we will review some key considerations for listening non-judgmentally. It's not easy as it sounds because we have our own perceptions, our own ways of thinking. So before we reach out to an individual, it can be helpful to evaluate your own frame of mind. I want you to ask yourself, are you prepared to express your concerns without judgment? Are you the best person to even help this person? And can you invest the appropriate time in a conversation right now? So before you even open up your mouth to offer, what's going on with you? This is important as it can help the individual feel heard, understood, and acknowledged, and may set the tone for future interactions with you or other people in that person's life. Remembering is also an important part of demonstrating non-judgmental listening. So if a person opens up to you and you forget what they say the next day, they may not feel comfortable to open up to you again. So the purpose of non-judgmental listening is to help a person feel heard. We all need some validation. That's what this is. Sometimes, but not always, feeling heard is what a person needs to work through a challenge or difficulty they are experiencing. So pay special attention to two main areas, which are verbal and nonverbal cues. So sometimes it's not what we say, it's what is our body doing. Okay? Verbal cues, or things we say can help a person feel heard. It can be questions like, how are you feeling? Like, how are you doing for real, for real? Or how long have you been feeling that way? It can also be like, okay. So it's important to use verbal cues sparingly, enough to demonstrate that you are listening, but not so much that the person has difficulty fitting in what they're trying to say. So just like someone mentioned, talking over them or interrupting them. Nonverbal cues are the things we do with our face and body that communicate listening or not listening. These include our volume and tone of voice, the emphasis we place on certain words, body language, and posture, eye contact, facial expressions, and gestures. So I like to offer some tips for using nonverbal cues to convey non-judgmental listening. So silence is a powerful nonverbal cue. It shows that you are comfortable in silence, even if you feel a bit uneasy. It's important as it helps the person gather their thoughts and figure out what they want to say. Okay. So listening non-judgmentally requires that you, as the mental health first aider, always keep backgrounds and experiences in mind. So we want to be respectful. We don't want to make any assumptions. And you want to bring a sense of self-reflectiveness to all conversations and interactions. And since we're all the same color in this session, we know that all skin folk ain't kinfolk, okay? So just because I'm Black and I go to church and I'm a female does not mean I have the same values and perceptions as all of you ladies on this session. So just be mindful of people's differences. As a mental health first aider, you should always remember that people come from different backgrounds and there are still differences regardless if we look the same. We need to set aside our own personal beliefs. I don't care that we all speak in tongues and shout every Sunday. What I believe is not the same as what you believe. And we don't express our differences in a negative way. So, how can we communicate openness and acceptance, even if we don't agree?
Could you repeat that question, please?
How can we communicate openness and acceptance, even if we do not agree?
By meeting that person where they are and not bring your own personal bias and judgment into the conversation.
Yeah, like that. Anyone else? Showing empathy. Yes. Thank you, Brianna. That's good. And do you guys know the difference between empathy and sympathy?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you guys know the difference?
No, the first
between...
question. I wanted to make sure I had it right before I answer.
Okay, maybe I'm confused. I asked, how can we communicate openness and acceptance even if we do not agree? That question?
Yes, okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. No answer, but I just want to make sure I heard you.
Okay. We also want to make sure that our facial expressions are not like frowning. We don't want to frown. We don't want to also be smiling and happy and giddy if it's a serious concern either. Okay. What are things that we can accept even if we don't agree?
I'm sorry, repeat that question again.
What are things that we can accept even if we do not agree?
We should be able to accept that everyone has a right to their own opinions, their own feelings, and their own beliefs. So if they feel a certain way, that's their right. That's their prerogative to feel that way.
Well said.
Mhm.
Mhm. So people's decisions, behaviors, beliefs, it's theirs. And sometimes their opinions, beliefs, decisions, they believe it to be factual, but they're entitled to it just like you're entitled to yours.
Right.
So what is the next step in the MHFA action plan? Algae. So we already went over A. A stands for what?
Approach.
Mm-hmm. L stands for,
Listen.
and how do we listen?
Non-judgmentally.
Non-judgmentally. So algae, what's after the L?
G.
G.
Yeah.
G, and what does that stand for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we giving?
Resource.
Giving reassurance and information, yes, which include the resources. All right. Everybody good? We can keep it moving? Yes? Great. And Missy, I put it in the chat for you. So what are reassurance and information? These are the things that we can do as mental health first aiders to give reassurance and information. Reassurance is a statement, comment, or action that helps remove a person's fears. Information is a set of facts that helps a person understand a concept, discuss options and next steps, and indicate when they need additional help or support. Advice is guidance or recommendation offered to a person. So sometimes advice can help someone decide a specific course of action to take. This should be avoided. We're not giving advice. Mm-mm. You can refer them to a therapist. You can refer them to a support group. But you, as a mental health first aider, well, I think you should. No, we're not doing that. Or thus said the Lord. Mm-mm. Unless they ask you. Okay. So remember your role as a mental health first aider. We're on the G. We're going to give reassurance. And like Brianna said earlier, it's not giving false hope either. You'll be okay. Just pray about it. I mean, eventually, but we're not providing false hope, not in this role. Okay. So I want you to think about a time that you felt reassured by someone. Because when we're giving hope and reassurance, we want to give hope with facts. And most people think about this. And in my field, I try to get people to see the physical side because the mental side is equally as important. So if someone breaks their ankle and they return to their usual activities after the recovery, that means they would have had a cast, rehab, right? And rest to go back to their regular routine. Sometimes we feel sad, and there are people who feel overwhelmed and sad. They want or need the same things, just like if they were to break their ankle. So they need time to reset, to talk to somebody and know that they're not alone. So just like with the medical condition, we generally ask questions, are you getting better? Are you getting the support that you need? But with mental health challenges, recovery and hope are often missing from that conversation. So as mental health first aiders, we need to continue to share information about recovery and hope with facts. So think about a time, as I was talking, you should have had plenty enough time to think about when you felt reassured by someone. And turn to page 26 if you're not already there. Circle the actions used to provide you reassurance. And why was that person helpful? So if you don't mind sharing what that other person did to provide you with reassurance, And focus on the first aider skills and not necessarily emotions connected to the experience. Anybody? Yes, ma'am. Tiffany. Oh, you're muted. That's okay.
Sorry. One of the things that has helped me over the last 3 years, having had a very, very serious illness and surgeries, that my husband has done is not tell me it's going to be okay or don't worry. He doesn't say those things. He will just be there. And it has been a comfort to know when I go into surgery, he's there. When I come out, he's there. Oftentimes in the middle of the night in rehab, I look over to my right and he's there. So he was just there, not always saying a whole lot or promising me things. Um, because I would assume and imagine even after we get certification through this, we're not able to diagnose, we're not able, not assuming, no, we're not able to say it's going to be okay or you're fine or this is what you have or this is what you don't have. But it's been helpful for me, for Marlon, to just be there, to know that when I can open my eyes, he was going to be there. That's help. That's an amazing. It's almost like for me in my situation, it has been like medicine.
Mm. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Marlon, for being there for Tiffany. I'm gonna send you some hearts. Yes, thank you. Okay. When we give reassurance, we want to make sure we're giving hope with facts. And just being there kind of goes with the L, our body language, just being present, not always having to say something. So thank you for sharing that. Okay. If you can, what are some statements that can give hope? What can we say to someone? Consider like what your PCP might say if you broke your ankle about hope and recovery. If you broke your bone, what would they say? Because the same can be applied to a mental health challenge as well. So let's piggyback off of Brianna, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was trying to prepare, thinking in my mind of some things to say. You could tell someone there are specialists, like I was thinking, but I was thinking more medical when I was thinking about that, or what would your doctor tell you? Maybe that there are specialists that are more familiar with this type of issue. Or there are people to talk to let people know there are some resources, is kind of what I was kind of thinking in my mind.
Mm-hmm. But what about you as the individual? So they came to you right there in that moment. And we've kind of already said something similar, and Tiffany actually said it as well. I'm here for you. I may not know a lot right now, but I'm here to listen. Or you're not alone. Because technically they're not. I mean, they're there with you. And of course, we have Jesus, yes, but you're not alone. I'm here whenever you need to talk. Hmm. I want to help you get through this. Let's look at some options to consider. Let's talk this through. So, those are some statements you can use to reassure. And again, before we reassure, we're reflecting on ourselves. Do we have the capacity? Because we don't want to appear dismissive or that we're not present with that person. Okay. You can use variations of the following phrase: for some, for others, for you. So for some individuals who experience loss, they talk to their family and friends. So Brianna, like you were saying, for some people going through this experience, they go talk to a therapist or they talk to their PCP. For others, they consider talking to their pastor. For you, it's important to find what works best for you. So you're putting the information out there and letting them know ultimately it's whatever decision you make. I am here to support you. Okay. So if you want to take those notes down just to remind yourself, letting them know that you're present. Even if you don't have all the answers, we can work through this together. The action G is important for emphasizing hope and recovery. Hope and recovery and sharing information. So is recovery possible, y'all? Yes. It makes me think about nothing's too hard for God. Why? Because recovery is possible. Right. And we're going to continue. So we're going to look at specific examples of what giving reassurance and information does and does not look like. So if someone wants to read the does not sound like, feel free. And then someone else wants to read the sounds like, chime in. Or you can read it silently.
I remember my first breakup. I just threw myself into work. What you should do is.
So this is not giving rich. We don't give advice, and they didn't ask about your personal experience, okay? And sometimes people feel like they have to let them know that they're not alone, but keeping it simple goes a long ways. That must be very hard. I'm here for you, not going back down memory lane. So this is better. It's natural for
Breakups
you to
can
be.
be tough. It's natural for you to be hurt and upset.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You really need to talk to a professional about that.
Mm-hmm. Let's say this one instead, Missy. You want to read it?
I'm here for you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yep. And you can just say just that, I'm here for you. There are people who are trained to help you work through these things. See how it's more of the I versus you, so it's not coming off defensive or aggressive. Next.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to say I'm here for you if you want to talk, and I can possibly help you find someone that you may need to talk to?
So I like the first part. The second part. So you want to be sure of your capacity. So are you going to do all the work to find the resources, or maybe it can be a we? We can work together to find resources that are better suitable for you. Because then now it becomes a task for you to have to do. So yes, keeping
Oh,
that first statement, and then instead of I can find, we can find resources.
I would like to help you.
Yes, 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 ma'am. This one, you'll get over it. Just don't worry about it. Is that giving reassurance? Or better yet, since we're all churchgoers here, you'll be fine. Just pray about it. Come on, prayer changes things. That's not a good statement to say.
It is,
No.
however, and there's a
Okay.
backside to that.
Hey, you're not alone.
True.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more I could say to that, but I won't. People like, let's be real, people like to push all the prayer off on you and they not do it help do it themselves. So, but
Mm-hmm. 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 And that's why we don't pressure. So if they keep coming back, keep coming back, keep coming back, what did we discuss the last time? You see how it's a we thing, not you keep coming to me and this is your 10th time. What did we discuss? What are you going to do different this time around? Just like this one. The way you're handling it isn't healthy. This is your 10th time coming to me. This is a better way. I care about you and I've noticed a change in how you're dressed, your mood. It's still the I statements being used. Okay. Any questions? So in the chat, just real quick, encourage, well, this activity is encourage appropriate professional help. So type in ways that we could encourage people to connect if they were experiencing a mental health challenge. So what would be encouraging? And just type it in the chat. And I don't think I was clear before you type it in the chat. In the chat, can you please type the professionals we can encourage them to connect to if they are experiencing a mental health challenge? So what professionals can we refer them to? I apologize if I was not clear. I didn't sound clear to myself. Mm-hmm. So there's mental health counselors, a psychologist, a licensed counselor, a psychiatrist, maybe, social worker, LCSW, but that's licensed counselors. Thank you, ladies, so much. We're going to talk about those because it's important that we have some information about the professionals who can help support. So there's doctors, and that includes psychiatrists, advanced practitioners. I know I refer to mental health nurse practitioners, MHNPs. They can write prescriptions as well. They don't do much therapy, but usually they might incorporate that in the initial evaluation. There are psychologists, which was also mentioned in the chat. Psychologists, they have advanced training in diagnosing and and the difference between them and psychiatrists, they do not prescribe medication, but both can diagnose. They do a lot of evaluation, assessments, and tests. There are social workers. They provide referrals. They work with specific populations such as children, families, schools. They're in the medical and public sectors. There are counselors and therapists like myself, licensed professional counselors who are trained to give research-based support. Then there are crisis support specialists like the 988 hotline to give immediate assistance. And they can also provide face-to-face. So sometimes there are mobile crisis centers, so they'll send someone out to the individual who is in need. Substance use professionals, they provide assistance for individuals experiencing a substance use challenge, and it can also be physicians or advanced practitioners, therapists, social workers, psychologists, or other medical staff. And then we have certified peer specialists. They have experience with mental health challenges and have been trained to assist others on the journey to recovery. And that will be you once you pass this test. So one way that you as a mental health first aider can help others is to connect them to appropriate help. When you suspect a person is experiencing a mental health challenge, it is important to seek appropriate professional help early. So early intervention is the best to receiving recovery. There are many reasons why a person may not seek help. It could be stigma, cost, logistics. People don't know what they don't know, okay? So be prepared to discuss with the individual what barriers may exist for them. And a good place for all of us, there is, I will put it in the chat as I'm talking for you to go to. You can Google these. Of course, if they have insurance. Oh, thank you, Brianna. I'm just not seeing this. That is really good. I like that. So she says, I'm glad you talked with me today. I hope that helped to get it out and share what has been going on. I have some business in our area that might can help. And then she lists the professionals that can provide that assistance. So thank you. If you Google these resources, they can, it's a list of therapists. And you can type by area, by specific need as well. The last one I'm typing in, it's a local nonprofit that provides low cost or zero to low cost counseling in Texas. But the other three are across the United States, or four. And I just put them in the chat.
I really like that there is a 988 number too. That's probably easy to remember, but because I encountered a situation too where I didn't know who to say, but I knew they needed to talk to someone else behind me. And this person knew more than me, though. They started to say, well, I don't want to talk to this type of person because they want to do medication. And I just, it was a little overwhelming to me. I was just saying, well, here's a place. Let me look up a phone number of this place. Call them so they could get you further, because I didn't know the difference at that time between many of these different services, but I just knew they needed somebody more professional than what I could provide. So to have a number like 988, that's good. Is it 988 or 998?
You said it right the first time, 988.
Okay. Thank you.
And you can ask them, you know, have you gone to a professional before? What type of professional do you prefer? And if they say, I don't know, then that's when we can provide maybe more specific information. So now that we know who the professionals are, let's take a look at some of the types of treatment they can provide. So the professionals can help or can vary greatly depending on the severity of the symptoms, type of disorder, and impact on the person's life. We want to dispel the myth that once a person has begun to receive professional help, they will always need to continue to receive professional help. That may not be the case. So, as mental health first aiders, again, we do not diagnose or provide treatment or advice. MHFA USA believes that people should have access to professionals and treatments that are the most beneficial to them. We support the person in making health decisions with their healthcare providers, considering their background and personal context. So, in the manual, there is information about evidence based treatments. These are treatments that have been studied and proven effective to help a person. There are also many treatments that have not yet been studied, but may have positive effects for individuals and communities. When you help someone, it is important to know that an individual may talk about other treatments. So even for yourself, ask your healthcare provider questions about potential risk and benefits to each treatment. There are many types of professional help that can assist the person in recovering from a mental health challenge. Not every professional can provide every treatment. So I want you to review the professional treatment, and the more information about these treatments is in the manual, okay? So we have the reassurance, we have all the information, and what if the person just doesn't want help? So what should we do after we've done the G? Like we've given them everything and we say we hear if you want to talk, and they say thanks, but no thanks. Why might a person not want help?
Encourage
Mhm.
them to have self-help, do
Mhm.
things that make them happy, do things that'll kind of change their mindset about what they're going through or what they're experiencing.
But I don't want to do that. I'm just dealing with this and I just, so
You
why might
can't,
not say, oh, go ahead.
you can't, excuse me, you can't force a person to do therapy.
Mhm.
They have to be
Mhm.
willing and wanting to do it. And there are different reasons why people do not move forward with therapy. It could be culturally, the
Say it one
reason
more time.
culturally, their culture
Yes, yes.
don't believe in therapy. It could
Mhm.
be you have cultures that they don't believe in female therapy. You got to know there's the stigma that goes along with
Mhm.
seeing a therapist. So there are so many their religions believe there's so many different reasons, and um, you can't. We're not here to change. We're here to support and help. So there are different reasons why, and you can't force a person to go to therapy. Once you've given them the information, they have to have the mindset to want to move forward. That's my perspective.
Yes. And you said those things, their culture, the stigma, and maybe they don't have financial resources. Maybe they do have insurance, but they have to pay towards their deductible. And I just don't have that upfront money. So there are different reasons why they may want to, but it's just thanks, but no thanks, not today. So if we've stated all the different reasons why a person may not seek help, if the person wishes to, you as the first aider can talk about the barriers to care that the person may have and possible ways to overcome them. So sometimes, despite you doing your best as a mental health first aider, so like Troy said, giving some reassurance and Let's help yourself first. We must respect the wishes of the person, so long as no one is in immediate danger. And we'll talk about that later. It may be helpful to suggest resources that can be assessed privately or at a later time. Here are some things you can do if your offer for help is refused. So maybe they can talk with someone that they trust. We don't want to, if you don't talk to them, I'm calling 988 and they're going to come to your house. We're not doing that. Okay. We want to remain patient, friendly, and open because we want them to feel safe so they can come back to us in the future. Okay. So Troy brought this up, which takes us to E. This is the E part, encourage self-help and other support strategies. So self-help, of course, it deals with the self. Is when they use their own efforts and resources to cope with the challenges and achieve mental well-being. So it can consist of several things: exercise, sleeping. My bed is calling. Relaxation training. So not every person is ready or willing to try self-help. They still might not want to do that. If you can, I want you to go to page 28 of your PPG. And we're going to brainstorm self-help and other support strategies. I'm going to do the whiteboard again. Okay. So everybody's on page 28. Let's brainstorm people, programs, and activities that may help a person cope with a mental health challenge. So you can add some examples of people, which we've kind of talked about already, programs that you may know of, activities. So let's write some professionals down real quick. Let's start with that. What professionals can we refer?
Let's try a
And,
massage,
ma'am.
a massage therapist. And
Oh, yeah.
my typing.
That's fine. And even if you can't think of a professional, maybe somebody in the community.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes with people's insurance, depending on maybe the age,
Mm-hmm.
there's some physical fitness places you don't have to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
Because of your
So maybe that can go to the activity.
Mhm.
So the gym.
Absolutely.
So we've named some people. What about some activities? What do you do at the gym?
Oh, Lord. Well, There's aerobics exercise.
So we exercise. And if you have to utilize more free resources, so maybe you can't get to the gym, what else could you do?
Well, there's some things that you can download on your phone.
Someone's putting walking, breathing exercises. Yes, we're gonna do that today too. Yes. And think about the icebreaker. What did I ask you in the icebreaker? Your favorite
Activity.
So maybe their hobbies, asking them what do they like to do? When was the last time you've done that? And what about some programs? Think about some programs in your community. What programs could they go to? What about big brothers and big sisters? Like for the younger people, it's a free program. The community center has some free programs, some free or low cost programs. Even ministries or auxiliaries in the church that they can be a part of. We have our youth president on here. We have our IWMA president on here. So just keep these in your mental Rolodex or in your notes. We can refer them to a therapist, a psych nurse, social worker. I can't see the whole thing. Let me pull that up. Or a pastor, a psychologist. We can suggest breathing exercises or re-engaging them in their hobbies. Someone put community mental health centers. Yes. Maybe even a good old-fashioned book club. Anybody have any questions? Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing this. We're going to continue with self-help and coping strategies. Okay. So we already talked about these: exercise, relaxation, meditation. I like that one the best. Self-help books, social networks. Encouraging self-help or other support strategies may not always be helpful or useful depending on the situation, but sometimes a person needs more than self-help strategies. And sometimes a person is not ready for or interested in trying self-help strategies. We have learned a lot of information about how to use the MHFA action plan known as ALGE in non-crisis situations. So let's check our understanding. Y'all ready? Let's see what you remember, what you know. So I want you to indicate whether you think each statement is true or false. And you can do the thumbs up or thumbs down. So thumbs up for true, thumbs down for false, okay? Everyone who is experiencing a mental health challenge needs to see a professional. Is that true or false? Okay, I see someone shaking their head. Okay. You guys are correct. It is false. A variety of professionals can help a person who is experiencing a mental health challenge. True or false? Yes, true. Very good. Advice and information are pretty much the same thing. True or false? I see y'all's face. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That is correct. Mm-hmm. It is not. They are not the same thing. Okay. Information is factual. Advice is your opinion. So it is false. You may need to adjust how you approach a person depending on your relationship with them. Hmm. That is true. So you are ready to move on to the next segment. We are going to take a 3-minute break. Everyone good with that? 3 minutes? I have that it is 10:04. So at 10:07, we'll come back on. And I'll see y'all in a few. 5 hours later, so I spilled something on my clothes, had to change clothes. Moving on. All right, so we're in segment 4. And again, you notice the artwork, and this is titled In Amongst the Ashes. In this segment, we're going to explain the purpose of how to use algae when you as the first aider is noticing early signs and symptoms. So why should it be important for a mental health first aider to notice signs and symptoms early?
Got a question?
Yeah, why is it important for us to know the signs early?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Got preventative measures and the potential of detrimental harm can be prevented if you can see the signs and know the signs, and you can get that person help early on.
Early, yes.
I was going to say pretty much the same thing. The sooner that we can recognize there is an issue, then the sooner we can start those conversations and or refer them to the professional assistance they need.
Yes. Both of you guys are on track. We're going to get to the importance of early intervention. So just like they already stated, the sooner you can connect a person to a professional and self-help resources, the better the outcome for the person. Mental health challenges can lead to secondary problems. For example, extended periods of depression can keep a person from making it to work on time or regularly performing their duties, leading to job loss. Being able to intervene early means that we need to recognize or notice signs and symptoms. So let's review these early signs and symptoms. We already said all of this, early intervention. Okay, so this is important to take note. They may look tired, disheveled, so their clothes change. They may appear sad or worried, no longer enjoying activities or hobbies, showing up late, okay, not just for appearances, but no, like they're just showing up late and they're normally on time. Difficulty concentrating, indecisiveness. So we're going to do an activity, but first I'm going to show you this video so you can see what it may look like. So give me a moment. I'm going to pull this up. Okay, so the first thing I need you to do is go to your PPG, turn to pages 32 through 33. And in this video, I want you to observe early signs and symptoms and see how the MHFA action plan or algae may be used. So I want you to take note of the following. And whenever we watch a video, you're going to always take note of these questions. What early signs and symptoms do you notice? What steps of the action plan are demonstrated and by whom? What helpful and unhelpful actions do you notice? So again, what early signs and symptoms do you notice? What steps of algae are demonstrated and by whom? And what helpful and unhelpful actions do you notice? Does anybody have any questions about anything? Okay.
Put some power in it. There. There you go. Hands up. Hands up. Relax. Hey. Hey. How's living at your aunt's?
Better than being at home.
What was that with Amy earlier?
I don't know. I thought I saw him. I couldn't stop.
She's not your dad, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Look at me. I know you've had a tough go of things, okay? But you have to find a way to deal with what was done to you, or you're going to continue taking it out on people who didn't hurt you.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, good work.
Okay, so what early signs and symptoms did you notice?
Anger, frustration, disappointment.
The aggression.
Yeah. The displaced aggression.
Please say.
Marlon said would appear to be displaced aggression.
Displaced aggression. Anybody else?
It looked like she really wasn't enjoying it, what she was doing. So the enjoyment looked like she had lost her enjoyment of actually, boxing.
And do you remember what she was saying? The boxer, her name is Frida.
What was the question?
What she said, like in the beginning of the video?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
When her trainer asked her, she said, "I thought I saw him."
Saw him, yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard that part.
So what steps of the
Are we still on early signs?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But I'm moving on now to the second question. What steps of the action plan are demonstrated? So think about algae. Did the trainer follow any of the steps?
No, because I saw the trainer close her eyes and roll her eyes when she was getting frustrated with the boxer. And I was writing down some things. And with the boxer, she wasn't listening, because when the trainer was telling her, like, hey, calm down, stop, you've been coming to the aggressive, it seemed like she got more. And then one thing that the trainer said, she was like, I know, what you're going through. I know. She was putting herself in a position of the boxer and stuff. So those, and then her body language was kind of standoffish, like she was irritated with the box. The trainer was irritated with the box. So that was some things that I saw, that she closed her eyes, her body language, and she spoke with I know, instead of being empathetic with, because it seemed like she must have known the trauma that the boxer had went through, because she was saying, I see him. So those were some things that I noticed.
Anyone else want to share?
The trainer also appeared to be minimized.
And the trainer did not even offer to refer to professional help.
Correct. So the trainer has not taken this course, clearly, and very unhelpful. But there was one helpful thing, one statement she said, and that was in the beginning to open up the conversation. So she did say, how's living with your aunts? Now, everything else afterwards, it was not helpful. Her behavior. Oh, go ahead, Brianna.
I noticed all the wrong things too, but I was trying to see what did she do right. I did think she did a good by saying, look at me. Like, it was really trying to let me get your attention, because, we need to talk. But yeah, then it went downhill.
And the look at me, I can understand she wanted contact, but her tone was still aggressive.
Yeah.
It was still aggressive.
I think at that point, the trainer was making it more about herself than the boxer who was in need.
Yes. And that tends to happen. So you're very passionate to want to help, but we can't do more than what they're willing to do. And not making it about ourselves is key. So very good. So we just observed someone recognizing early signs and symptoms and using, or lack thereof, algae. Now we will get the opportunity to practice these skills too. So let me.
Can I add to, I noticed how instead of offering hope, she just basically told her, if you don't get this together, you're going to just continue this way, almost like that wasn't hope, no hope in that.
No hope. I told you she hasn't taken the course yet.
Yes.
Okay. So let's look at algae again. We assess to see if there's a risk, a source of harm, listen non-judgmentally, give assurance and information, encourage. Where can they go? Appropriate professional help, and encourage self-help and other support strategies. So the purpose of this activity is to notice early signs and symptoms and practice using the mental health action plan known as algae. Okay, before we get to this, turn to page 34 in your participant processing guide. And this is time where I'm gonna stop sharing. Are y'all even looking at my screen? I can't even see. I'm not even sharing my screen. Okay, great. If you can, page 34 in your participant processing guide. And we are going to break off into groups. And there are 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Marlon, are you still able to utilize your laptop? Like if I don't put you in a group with Tiffany, or would it be easier for you to stay in a group with Tiffany? I don't know what you're muted. What are you saying? What is he saying? He's muted, Tiffany.
Okay, I said I can use my laptop. I'm a picture.
Okay. 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 So what we're going to do is, Tiffany, do I need to do this? I think I know how
Yes,
to do
ma'am.
this. Okay, there will be 2 groups of 2 and then 1 group of 3. And I'm just doing it in the order that I see people. So Shonda and Troy, you'll be in a great break room. Missy and Tiffany will be in a break room. Then Brianna, Mom, and Marlon will be in a room together. Okay. And these are the people you need to stick with. So in case I forget, you know who you're going to be with. Okay. All right. So let me give you the rules before we start. Every time we go into the break room and have an activity moving forward, the questions that I want you to remember: the early signs and symptoms that you noticed, what steps of the action plan you would take, and how you determined if that person was not in a crisis. So I'm going to send you the scenario, and you're going to read the story. And in the breakout room, you're going to have someone who will eventually be the speaker when we come out of the breakout room. You can have someone be the note taker if needed. Everybody's going to brainstorm, okay? And I will try my best to navigate in between the breakout rooms if you should have questions. So
What were
in
the
the chat,
questions again? Sorry, what were the questions again, or is that on the page in the book? I mean, I didn't see.
if you go to page 34 of your participant processing guide.
Okay, those
you're
are the
gonna
questions you want us to answer?
discuss the early signs and symptoms that you notice. I haven't given it to you yet, but I'm gonna give you a scenario. I'm gonna give you a person. So what early signs and symptoms did you notice? And rather just saying what you would do, think about the language that you would use with the person. So what step of the action plan would you like to take? And determine if the person is in crisis or not. Okay, so the first group, Shonda and Troy, you guys are going to get Barbara. It is in the chat. So if you want to go ahead and open that, so you can have it when I send you to your group. Missy and Tiffany, you guys are going to have Frank. And Brianna, Mom, and Marlon, you guys are going to have Valerie. And she's in the chat. So is everyone able to access and open their scenario? Yes. No. Okay, Shonda's shaking her head, so she has it for her group. Missy and Tiffany, are either one of you able to open up Frank? It's in the chat.
I'm trying. It looks like it's downloading.
And Mom, Brianna, Marlon, are either one of you able to open up Valerie?
Not yet.
Is that the one about Valerie?
Yes.
Missy, were you able to open it?
Missy, you're muted. I think she's saying yes, but she's muted.
Yes, I have Frank open.
So as long as somebody has it open in the group. Okay, I am going to put you guys in your breakout. And I'm going to give you, hold on, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. That should be enough time. Okay? All right.
Download, but I think.
Oh, it's not opening. Mm,
That's okay, Mom. Brianna has it for your group.
okay.
You should see the alert to go to your room. You guys see the alert? Mom and Marlon, do you guys see the alert? Everybody should be coming back. I closed the breakout rooms. All right, everybody is back, and we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to work our way backwards, actually, and start with group 3. And I'm going to share the screen so y'all can see and hear about Valerie as group 3 lets us know a little bit more about her. Give me one moment. Valerie. Okay, only the spokesperson should have their mic on. Everyone else, please mute. So this is Valerie, living with her roommate for more than a year. Valerie, Dave. So your group 3 is Valerie. They've been living with their roommate for over a year. Dave, the other roommate, and you all live in a spacious apartment and get along well. You didn't know Valerie previously, but met her through Dave. You agreed to have Valerie move in when your old roommate moved out. Valerie is a talented graphic designer and works for a marketing company in the city. You all share a refrigerator and pantry, so although you don't always eat together, you are pretty aware of who is eating what and when. You notice fairly soon after Valerie moved in that she appears focused on her weight. Valerie also has some odd behaviors around food. She always reads the ingredients very carefully, and when she makes dinner, things have to be arranged just so. She usually laughs it off as part of her quirky personality. One night you come home late and she is crying on the couch. You sit down and talk with her, and she shares a story about her older brother who was killed in Iraq when she was 6. They were very close, and sometimes she has nightmares about it. So, group 3, whoever your speaker is, the early signs and symptoms that you noticed as Valerie's roommate.
I thought Brianna was going to be our spokesperson.
Okay. I think we all agree that the first description of her does not show some early signs. She's a little quirky around her eating, but that's not necessarily a sign that she's reading ingredients. But the sign is when we come home and she's crying on the couch. So that is the sign that we notice of a problem.
Okay, and what steps of the action plan would you take?
The L, listening, or is that listening for L? That we
Yes.
talked about? Yes.
How do you listen?
By letting her share about what happened to her brother or whatever she is wanting to share about that and about her nightmares. We're listening with empathy.
And non-judgmentally.
Yeah, and non-judgmentally, yes.
And how did you determine this person was not in crisis?
With just the limited information we have right now, we didn't know. We would ask more things like, are these nightmares like happening all the time? Is it, but we did think it was something that this happened when she was 6 and now she's an adult and she's still struggling. So that is something that is at least pre-crisis.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yes.
We also determined that it wasn't a crisis because it wasn't affecting her job or necessarily the living situation at that moment. Now, if it deteriorated towards her losing, missing time at work and causing issues with the roommate, then it would move into a crisis area. So we determined that it wasn't affecting those areas, so it wasn't a crisis necessarily at this moment.
Thank you. That's good. Now, how might your approach and other steps of the action plan differ based on your relationship? So, your roommates, you've been living with each other. Do you think your approach may be different or it would still be the same?
Different, but yet you keep encouraging her, keep talking to her. So it's gonna affect. I say different. Yet you begin to use all these steps to make sure that we're following in the right path. Our approach to her, listening to her more, giving possible information and resources, and then definitely encouraging her
Yes.
and encouraging her.
Thank you, group 3. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So now we are going to get to group 2, who has Frank. Okay. You guys see Frank on the screen now, right?
Not yet. Oh, yes.
Okay. So Frank, your older brother Frank lives in the nearby town. You, Frank, and your other brother have always been close. Recently, you've been spending more time with Frank since he got divorced. The divorce was hard on him, and he briefly struggled with some substance use. However, Frank has been in recovery. He has also struggled financially, but the past few years, he has been able to maintain his job as a custodian at the local middle school. He enjoys it, and seeing the happy children always brightens his day. In late August, as Frank prepares to go back to work, he gets a call from his boss that he has been laid off. He can't believe it. His boss tells him there have been budget cuts and they are consolidating his position. Frank is distraught. He doesn't get out of bed for days. You and your brother come over to try and cheer him up, but it doesn't seem to help. Take it away, group 2.
All right. So we have been supporting him by spending more time with him since the divorce. So we've been able to see, if there was any changes in behavior. We recognize that he had gone through a recent divorce. We also supported him that he was in recovery and making ourselves available to see if he needed help after the divorce. So we're at the beginning piece of this, correct? Just seeing if he needed help. Being around him more gave us an opportunity to observe.
So you guys have decided that he's not in any immediate danger or an immediate crisis, should I say?
Not in any immediate crisis because I said he briefly struggled with the substance abuse, but he was in recovery. So he was maintaining his recovery. That he had struggled financially, but over the past few years, which that showed consistency, he was able to maintain things.
And now that you notice he's not getting out of bed, what steps would you use next?
Supporting him and offering to see if there was someone outside of us that could help him.
Mhm. And what letter is that? Do you remember?
The E?
So yes, the E, but before the E is the
G?
yes.
G?
So you're kind of already
Maybe.
giving the
Yeah,
reassurance, but
information
now
and
you want
resources.
to.
G.
Real good. Okay, thank you, group 2. And now, group 1, Barbara. Barbara has been a neighbor of yours for many years. You remember her children when they were young and noted recently that they do not visit as often as they used to. Barbara is recently retired. She was a waitress for many years at the local diner and was liked by many people. Since retiring, she has disclosed to you that she now must budget more than she used to. relying solely on her fixed income of Social Security, alimony, and whatever personal savings she has. You notice that Barbara doesn't garden as often as she used to, and you haven't seen her outside much lately. Wanting to make sure she is okay, you stop by for a visit. Barbara seems to have lost weight, and she tells you how she doesn't sleep as well because of back pain. She appears sullen, lonely, and restless. Group 1.
So the first signs that we've noticed with Barbara is that it's physical, that she has seemed to lost a lot of weight. Um, Emotionally, she appears sullen and lonely. We don't see her gardening, which we know is one of her favorite activities, and she's not outside very often. So the action that we are going to take is approach her, assess, see if she's willing to talk. If she does open up and talk, then we will listen non-judgmentally and hear her side of the stories, hear what she's going through, what she's experiencing. We believe that, because she got divorced, she's recently retired where she was used to being around coworkers a lot and seeing customers a lot, that yes, that could be a part of her loneliness, combined with the fact that her own children don't come to visit too often. So if she's willing to listen, to speak, we will listen, and then we will encourage her to um, get back to her gardening, get outside a little more, and then also encourage her to seek professional help by offering her information and resources for her.
Thank you very much. Well said. Okay, does anybody have any questions about Barbara, Valerie, or Frank? No? Okay, so then let's check to see if you know what you really say you know. Let me get back to, here we go. So knowledge check. The MHFA Action Plan ALGE is a linear plan. Mental health first aiders are required to use the action steps in a specific order. Thumbs up for true, thumbs down for false. See some hand gestures and head nods. And then I see someone putting a thumbs up. So is it thumbs up or thumbs down? Does it have to go in a specific order? Yes or no? No. So is this true or false? False. So we have it in a circle that spells out algae. But depending on what's going on, they may need immediate assistance and we refer out. Okay, so we're listening at the same time. We're gonna call 988 for you. Okay, we don't need to have a listening hour. No, we're just going to go ahead and refer. All right. MHFA is most effective as an early intervention. Typically, the sooner you can connect a person to professional and self-help resources, the better the outcome for the person. True or false? See a thumbs up. See some confused faces. Thumbs up. Remember, early intervention is key, so this is true. All right. So use your manual for resources should you use it. And the action plan is not linear. It can go in any order. So now you're ready to move on to the next segment. Right. We are just trucking along. Anybody have any questions so far on anything? Okay. So this segment is on when a person shows worsening signs of a mental health or substance use challenge. And again, we look at the artwork. And move on. This is called First Impression. Think about it for a moment. Why do people delay getting treatment and support for mental health challenges? And this is something we talked about in the beginning. What may be a reason why someone may not want to get the help they
As you
need?
stated before, finances could be a reason.
Mhm.
The reason why people don't seek out help.
The stigma or the
Yeah,
negative
that's
connotation.
what I was gonna say, the stigma, being
Mhm.
labeled as being crazy.
That is true. Denial that they need help. Absolutely. Especially in our community, right? Oh, you talking to somebody, you can't just pray about it, then something must be going on. First of all, it's none of your business. And I didn't ask for your opinion. So those are reasons why people may not choose to get the help or maybe preventing them from getting the help. What might be the impact if someone delayed getting treatment for a broken bone?
Will not heal properly.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Can't,
Same. Oh, go ahead.
can't walk. It could lead to not walking.
Correct. So the same way with physical ailments, we have to treat mental ailments the same way. That's why we stress that early intervention is the best approach. Many people who delay can have some severe outcomes. And it can lead to developing a mental health challenge. That's why we want to try to connect them to the appropriate treatment and support. The longer the delay, the more difficult the treatment and recovery can be. So, as mental health first aiders, we can play a role in getting people connected to appropriate support and treatments. People are more likely to seek help if someone close to them suggests it. So, being able to support someone when they are experiencing worsening signs and symptoms means that we need to be able to recognize or notice worsening signs and symptoms. Let's review these worsening signs and symptoms. Highly agitated. You notice some cuts or bruises, odd or erratic behavior, rage or despair, distorted body image, increasing self blame or self criticism. So we're going to watch part two. Remember, you watched the video of Frida. Now we're going to watch part two. As you're watching the video, I want you to notice worsening signs and symptoms and use the MHFA action plan, ALGE, to offer support. Brianna, we probably have about 28 minutes. And then from there, we will go to lunch and decide how long we're going our lunch break to be.
Okay.
All right. Let's continue watching Frida. I'm sorry. Go to your PPG real quick. Pages 38 through 30. You can jot down some notes there, but I already told you the questions to focus on. Worsening signs and symptoms, and then the steps of the action plan, if they're demonstrated and by whom. What's helpful and unhelpful. And how did the coach continue to help after the crisis situation resolved? Everybody got that? Okay. I'm gonna rewind so you can see it from the beginning.
I was just looking for.
Do you think I'm dumb?
No,
Do you think I wouldn't notice?
I wasn't.
Look, I want to help you. I'm letting you live here, but I will not tolerate a drug addict for a niece. Do you understand?
Yeah. Hey. Thanks.
Hands up, Frida. Hands up. Hands up. Sloppy. Sloppy. Stop. What's going on?
I don't know, just off my game, I guess.
You're slow.
I told you, bad sleep. Let me go again. Let's go.
You haven't been acting like yourself. Are you hanging out with Mac again?
What? No. No, just let me go again.
You think I don't know what's up? You're wasting our time. Grab your stuff. You have no strength. You're missing your cues. Your footwork is a disaster. You're not present.
I told you, bad sleep.
It's not that, and I know that. You can always be honest with me.
My arm started hurting, the right one, and so I borrowed some pain pills from my aunt.
Your arm was hurting?
Mm-hmm.
What? Why didn't you talk to me?
Because I'm not anxious anymore. People actually want to be around me again. I feel really good, so.
How long ago did this start?
6 months ago, roughly.
Look, I've got your back always. But I've seen firsthand where this path leads. There's a world of professionals out there that can help you. The trauma, the substance use.
Thanks. I'll go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Frida. Frida. Frida, can you hear me? Frida, can you hear me? Frida, I need help. Call 911. I think this is an overdose. I just gave you naloxone. Help is on the way. I'm here with you. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I know.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Keep that light foot up.
1, 2. 1, 2. Head slip. 1, 2. Roll. 2. 2. 2. 6, 3, 2.
Beautiful. Great work. Let's finish up on the bag, all right?
I gotta cut it short. I'm sorry. I have that meeting I gotta get to.
Never apologize for that. You did great work today. Awesome hustle.
Thanks, guys.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Okay. So, Miss Frida, what worsening signs and symptoms did you notice?
Irritable. She was very irritable.
Mm-hmm.
No energy. I'm like First Lady, she seemed kind of fidgety and stuff. Her hair, to me, looked like she had dark circles around her eyes and stuff, just her body language and everything.
Mm-hmm. And how was she in the ring in the beginning?
Somebody in the first video?
The video we just watched in the beginning of that video.
Oh yeah,
How
she
was
was very sluggish.
Mm-hmm.
Not
Very
focused.
sluggish.
Wasn't focused.
Wasn't focused? She wasn't telling the truth either.
No.
Mm-mm. Now, what steps of the action plan were demonstrated and by whom? And were they helpful or unhelpful actions?
The trainer, she offered help for us, telling her there were some professionals out there that she could give help, she can refer her to. So that was part of the giving, letting her know that there are resources.
Yes. Overall, was she unhelpful or helpful? Because think about in the first scene of the video we saw, this more recent one. Was she unhelpful with her language or helpful?
I think overall the trainer offered assistance too little, too late.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the first video, she was just accusing her, more or less. And then in the second video, she started to realize that there was something wrong. But by that time, the girl was already back on the substance use.
Mm-hmm.
And I think her tone was a little more aggressive with her at the beginning. She was very aggressive with her tone, and she was kind of agitated with the boxer, but her tone definitely wasn't a more inviting, helpful tone.
Mm-hmm.
She gave her good information, but she was not soft enough. She's very abrupt. Well, and I can kind of, I don't know, is the word sympathetic or empathetic, to the point where she wants the young lady to excel.
Mm-hmm.
She was tired of seeing her in the condition that she was in.
Yeah, and we can be so passionate and concerned that our approach is aggressive. So it's not our intention, but that's how we are presenting ourselves. So even though she's like, "You're sloppy, what's going on? You're slow, you think I don't know what's up? You're wasting my time."
Right.
I'm sure her intention is not to scare her or upset her, but that's how her approach was. What was helpful was when she said, it is not that, and I know that. Like, you can always be honest with me. So making the space safe for her to come and talk to her. So depending on who the person is, that's why I asked that question before, your relationship with the person, does that change how your approach is? Sometimes it can be detrimental to our health because we love them or like them so much that we end up wanting more for them than they want for themselves. So that's why it's always good to check within. Yes, Brianna.
And in this video, the aunt, here she is with a different relationship, but she didn't address it really at all. She just addressed the standpoint of what she gonna have in her house and not have in her house. And I just thought, ooh, that's a good reminder to see how she did not handle that well at all.
And that's true. Because she has expectations, and you can reiterate what the expectations are, putting it more on them, right? Like, what are the expectations we discussed? Because I'm noticing a different behavior. You see how the I statements are there? So it's not so aggressive and defensive. How did the coach continue to help after the crisis situation resolved? Like, what did the coach do? The ongoing support. But think about the
In
very
words
last
of affirmation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You did a great job today, or you did great work today, is what she said. And when she had to leave, I'm assuming maybe for a support group, she said, you never have to apologize for that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So remember, it's not your job as a first aider to diagnose, but to rather recognize the signs and offer support. If they don't want the support, we don't force anything on them. We don't want to make the situation worse. The coach did make some mistakes, but maybe she took this course after she recognized that. But she was able to adjust her approach just like it's something you're going to do within yourself. Recognize how you approach different situations. And this class does not prevent you from making future mistakes. We all make mistakes. It's a part of the process of being a human, but we can still pivot to provide support and care. So during the substance use crisis, the coach put Frida in the recovery position, and we will discuss this more during the next segment. So we just observed someone recognizing worsening signs and symptoms and using the action plan. Now we will get an opportunity to practice these skills too. All right. So the purpose of this activity is to notice worsening signs and symptoms and practice using the MHFA action plan algae. So if you can turn to page 40 of your participant processing guide. And you're going to go back to your group. I'm going to give you scenario 2 of your person. So we have Barbara, Frank, and Valerie. You're going to get scenario 2. Discuss the worsening signs and symptoms you notice. And rather just saying what you would do, use the language you would use with the person. Think about the steps of algae. And remember, algae is non-linear. So not every step has to be done. Okay? And it doesn't have to be done in that order. Your verbal and nonverbal cues should be respectful when thinking about this person, when they're receiving mental health first aid. Keep your personal background and experiences in mind and in check. All right. So remember, you're going to discuss the worsening signs and symptoms, steps of the action plan, and how you determined the person was not in crisis. Any questions about what you're going to do? Nope. Okay, so I'm gonna add it to the chat. You're gonna follow the same steps as before, just as long as someone has access to their person. All right, you are invited to join, and you have 4 minutes. Minutes. Mom, do you see it? Are you able to join, Mom?
My screen is frozen. I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, I can hear you. And yes, you are frozen. Do you see the invite on your screen at all? Everybody should be coming back. There they are. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start with Miss Barbara. And let me share my screen so you guys can see. All right, so she hasn't been out of the house for days, and you note that she has not walked her 2 dogs. You have one of her adult children's phone numbers, so you reach out. Her son says that he talked to her yesterday, but only for a few minutes. You call Barbara, and surprisingly, she answers. She tells you that she struggles to leave the house and feels lonely. You tell her that you'd like to check on her every day for a while, that there are people who care, and you are one of them. Barbara declines and says she prefers to be alone. She says she feels irritable when she is around a lot of people. So, what are the worsening signs and symptoms you noticed? What steps of algae would you take? And did you determine if she was in crisis or not?
Well, first, she is irritable. She's closed herself off. She doesn't want to be around people. So we've offered help. We've offered to listen if she's willing to talk. She's told us she does not want to talk. So at this point, I think we can only offer her professional help and self-help.
Okay. And did you say she is or is not in crisis?
I think she is in crisis.
Definitely.
I believe she is in crisis. I believe she's gotten to a bad state, unfortunately, but she continues to decline the help. So there's nothing that we can do but offer her the professional help.
Okay. And just be present when she's ready to. Now, let's go to Mr. Frank. So you stop by again a few days later to see how Frank is feeling. He has cleaned out his entire apartment, reorganized his things, and is constantly cleaning. You also notice that he has all new furniture and seems to be wearing all new clothes. You and your brother are worried and ask, where did you get the money to buy all these things? Frank tells you that he used his credit card and not to worry. Later that week, Frank tells you that he wants to take you all out. At dinner, he is speaking quickly but keeps reassuring you that he is totally fine. Frank laughs off your concerns. He orders several rounds of drinks despite being sober for many years now. You also notice that he is sweating, talking loudly, and seems jittery. Group 2.
All right, so he has regressed. We've noticed he's regressed. Or to that, his symptoms or what we have previously seen has heightened. He's being dismissive from our observation. He's relapsed into the drinking and compulsive, possibly with the cleaning, and again being dismissive.
So what steps are you going to use?
We're going to go right into discussing possibly the resources.
Do you remember which one that is?
Ma'am?
Do you remember which letter that is? G. Giving reassurance and information. Okay. And would you say Frank is in crisis or not?
Absolutely is.
Okay, thank you. All right, Miss Valerie has been working really hard on a big project and you don't see her much for a few weeks as your schedules rarely overlap. You bump into her in the kitchen one morning and are surprised at how different she looks. She appears to have lost weight and has bags under her eyes. You ask Valerie about how she is doing and she says that she is just stressed at work. You have also noticed that she is not keeping much food at all in the house, just fizzy water, some rice crackers, and the occasional piece of fruit. You assume she is eating at the office, but you are worried. Valerie does admit that the nightmares have been getting worse and she hasn't had a good night's sleep in months. All right, group 3.
Lots of worsening signs and symptoms. She now got weight loss, bags under her eyes. She's mentioning stress at work though, but she's not showing signs that she's eating a lot of food. She's having nightmares. It's gotten worse. And now she hasn't slept in months. A lot of stuff, signs of crisis, we thought. We approach her, which is what we did. That's the algae. Listen, non-judgmental. And we're definitely giving her information about resources, grief counseling, other resources of counseling that might help her and give her more direction, encourage her. Dr. Parker remind us we got to really encourage her. We talked about some other things, but we have to be real about it if we want to tell her, if you up at night, come knock on my door and I'll talk to you. You know, that's if you willing, but that could be something you offer her. We talked about cooking her some food, buying some food in the house. See, can we get her to eat? Those are some things.
And that's good you said that. You can offer it to her. Hey, let's eat together. It's up to her to choose whether or not she wants to. I'm available if you wake up in the middle of the night. Maybe you setting some time boundaries, like, and if you're bleeding out or you just can't deal with, please come knock on my door, and we will talk about it, or we can call 988 if need be. Marlon, were you going to say something?
Yeah, food is a comfort. So we know that she eats a sandwich or something. Here's the sandwich and talk to us. Let's work this out. We're not trying to just comfort her and then give her information where you need to go see a grief counselor. You need to do something about yourself because you're making us nervous here. So.
And you can always say what you're feeling, but still you don't want to project your feelings onto them. So I feel nervous when I see that you're not eating. What's going on? And hopefully, she'll be comfortable to share. Or I made this great sandwich, like you said, come eat this sandwich with me. You're allowing her to be in a safe space if she wants to take the opportunity. So this is all really good. Thank you guys so much. All right, so let's see if you can put this to practice and see what you know. Give me one moment. Pull up this self-check. Oh, sorry, y'all. I X'd out of the PowerPoint. Okay, here we go. To make sure I'm on the right slide. Okay, here we go. There we go. So the MHFA action plan is a blank plan Mental health first aiders are free to use whatever actions are appropriate for the situation in whichever order necessary. Oh, I just gave you the answer trying to look at y'all. It's a non-linear, okay? It's non-linear. That means you can go in whatever order that you need to, and you may not use all the steps. So it is non-linear, okay? Many people have a long, there we go. Many people have a long delay. I can't see y'all. Hold on. Okay, that's much better. Many people have a long delay between developing a mental health challenge and getting connected to appropriate treatment and support. The longer the delay, the more difficult blank can be. What is blank?
Treatment, support,
Recovery.
recovery. Yeah.
Recovery. Remember, we have hope that recovery is possible, and we're not just giving opinions, we're giving facts. That's what the information is. All right. People are more likely to seek help if someone close to them
Recommend or suggest.
Reach out.
Yes.
Encourages.
So if someone close to them suggests it, recommends it, encourages it, lets them know, hey, this is available, they are more likely to seek help. So you have resources and key takeaways listed in your PPG. Use that. And congratulations, you are ready to move on to the next segment. So how long do we want to take lunch for? Because I will tell you, we only have 2 segments left. Yay! The next segment is a little bit more lengthier. It's about crisis, what to do during a crisis. There will be videos and activities in between, and of course, knowledge checks as well. So that one is about a little bit over an hour and a half. And then after that, the last session is about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So we have 2 hours left, basically. So how long do y'all want to take a lunch? You want to do 30 minutes?
30
45?
minutes will be good. I don't want to do an hour lunch break.
30 minutes.
30 minutes is great for me.
I have
Likewise.
to go to a credit union and I can try to make 30 minutes, but I don't know if I'll be back in 30 minutes. That's my.
I was going to say 20 minutes.
I'm trying to get my son his first car and I got to go to the credit union. It's my deal.
How sweet of you. That's sweet.
So, I mean,
are you able to keep your camera on, Brianna?
You know, I can take my phone with me, and if I'm not back by the 30 minutes, I can get on that way. Yes.
Okay, so everybody is in agreement to 30 minutes? Okay, so that means I will see y'all at 11:50 or no, 12:08. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Oh, boy. Lizzie! AJ! Yes. Are you washing clothes? Yes, ma'am. Come on, son. Yes, ma'am. Get your clothes washed before your Uncle Leon come get you. Is that you?
Mama, you're not muted.
Oh, baby, I am so sorry.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
All right, before we get into segment 6, we are going to use some of that relaxation, energizing techniques that we talked about. So if you can, I know most of you are sitting, just lift your hands above your head and you're going to take a deep breath in through your nose and hold it. So deep breath in, hands above your head, hold it. Slowly exhale out of your mouth and release your hands down. Again, deep breath in, lift your hands up. Blow it out. One more time, deep breath in, hands up. Release. Bring your chin down to your chest and let it just hang for a little bit. Rotate it to the left, not all the way back, but just to the left. Still breathing in and out. Bring it back down to the center and rotate it to the right. We're going to do this a few times as you're still breathing in and out. And back to the center of your chest, looking down. Deep breaths in and out of your nose. Slowly look up. And just rotate your shoulders backwards and then forwards. Still breathing in and out. Backwards and forwards. And look to your right. Then forward. Look to your left. And then just kind of loosen up your body. All right. Thank you guys for coming back on time. And we're going to get started with segment 6. And if you take a look at this picture, this is the artist Jen Gaines, To Be or Not to Be. What comes to mind when you see this picture? Any thoughts?
Imbalance.
I think of making a choice or a decision as to which direction I want to go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So just remembering, we always have options to consider. We share recommendations with people who come to us in need, and they may be in a crisis situation. So up until this point, we have deconstructed the action plan and applied it only to non-crisis situations. Now, the goal of this section or segment is to learn how to apply the action plan in crisis situations. So let's review what a crisis is. Crisis may be mental, emotional, or physical. An intense time of difficulty, trouble, danger, or distress. So before we reach out in crisis situations, Mental health first aiders need to keep the following safety considerations in mind. All right. So what to consider? Safety of all involved is paramount. You need to look at yourself. Are you safe? Are you in a safe area before you assess, or excuse me, approach your assessing? Okay. Next, I already said this, but I need you to make sure we don't have our firefighter suit on ready to put out the fire. We need to see how big the fire is first to know what resources we need to utilize, okay? So safety, then assess. People with mental health disorders are more likely to harm themselves than someone else. Think about it. When we hear about someone who has a mental health challenge or disorder, we're thinking they're going to come and attack us. And usually we're not even a priority for them. Okay. And how you initially respond to that person can have a tremendous impact on the safety of all involved. We don't want to add fuel to the fire. So there's a stigma around mental health challenges. Research demonstrates that people with mental health challenges are more likely, and I'm making this a point so you can remember, with mental health challenges are more likely to harm themselves than someone else. So what is your role? The role of the mental health first aider during a crisis is to connect the individual to appropriate professional help, try to keep the person and others safe for now, and use the other steps of the action plan to de-escalate as needed. So what does de-escalation look like? Imagine this. You find an error on a bill. You call the company, right, to see what's going on, but it's not going well. And you are feeling angrier by the minute. So what sorts of things might the person on the other end say or do to escalate? So you talking on phone to the bill company and you getting angry. And what would they say that's going to make you more angrier?
Again, going back to tone,
Mhm.
being dismissive.
Argumentative, being very argumentative.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you all heard me.
Well, we heard you. But that's a good example, even though I know that wasn't your intention, but interrupting while you're trying to explain your point and somebody cuts you off. hmm hmm Or this statement, and I know we have all said it to try to help the person, but this right here escalates. Calm down. Stop yelling. Calm down. I am calm. What you trying to say? That calm down, okay? That escalates the situation. What sorts of things might the person on the other end say to de-escalate the situation?
If there seems to be frustration in the situation, you may ask them to repeat themselves. You want to get clarity as to what you're being not understanding about.
So you didn't hear me the first time and you want me to repeat myself? I just said I paid this last month, ma'am.
Yes, I do.
You gonna have me repeat myself again?
I
Absolutely.
understand. I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly the first time.
Yes, yes, yes. So this is the thing. We want to speak slowly, and we don't want to offend them by speaking slowly, but speak slowly and confidently with a gentle, caring tone. We're not going to argue or challenge. And that's when we may have to repeat or ask them to repeat. Do not threaten. Do not raise your voice or talk too fast. Use positive words. That's where the E comes in, the encouraging, instead of negative words. Stay calm and avoid nervous behavior. Okay. Do not restrict the person's movement. Stop moving. Look at me in the face. Oh no. See now you're gonna be fighting and all things. Okay, we're not doing it. And try to be aware of what may increase the person's fear and aggression. And guess what? You can say, I'm going to walk away. You can remove yourself from the situation. I see that you are frustrated. I am going to walk away. And I will come back when we are both able to discuss this clearly. Okay. Pause if needed during the conversation. That's what I said about walking away. Remember, if the safety of the person, others, or yourself is at risk, get help immediately. So we talked about 988. 911 is an option as well, depending on the severity of the situation. Okay. All right. So types of crisis. I showed this to you guys before, but pay special attention to it now. We discussed this in segment 3. So what may be a crisis may be a panic attack, non-suicidal self-injury, immediate crisis, suicidal thoughts and behaviors in that moment, severe effects of alcohol or drug use, so a substance use crisis. If you see the immediate crisis, or to determine if it's crisis or not, that's why we assess. You see, assess is in the center of all of this. We're going to assess so we know which step of the plan to use. Okay. So I want you to take care of yourselves during this segment because we may be talking about, or we will be talking about, crisis situations that may be triggering. So do what you need to do to take care of yourself. Let's start with the may become crisis. So we're going to spend some time on how a mental health first aider can help play a role in supporting someone experiencing signs and symptoms of anxiety and a panic attack. And has anyone ever witnessed a panic attack? And if so, what did you notice? Has anyone ever seen anyone or experienced one themselves?
I did, and it was not a pretty sight.
You experienced it or you witnessed someone?
I witnessed someone.
Mm-hmm.
It was as if the person couldn't catch their breath. They were more or less out of it, almost as if they didn't know who they were.
Mm-hmm.
They were just almost became unresponsive, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And there is a difference between a panic and an anxiety attack. So panic is out of the blue. Basically, nothing is going on to their knowledge, and they start experiencing the symptoms, which we'll talk about. An anxiety attack is basically that. So they're so consumed by anxiety or have been experiencing overwhelming amount of anxiety that they go into an anxiety attack. Okay. What else could be related to those signs and symptoms of a panic attack? What kind of looks like a panic attack? Has anyone ever seen someone having a heart attack?
You saying what does it look like when someone had a panic attack?
I said, what else could be related to those signs and symptoms of a panic attack?
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. And then I asked, has anyone ever seen someone having a heart attack? So a heart attack, the way the person responds, what they're feeling could be very similar to a panic attack.
That's what I was gonna say. I was with a friend that had a panic attack one time. We were out. That was her first time ever having it, and it was like she thought she was having a heart attack, and we were out, and she couldn't breathe, and we had to leave. She got so overwhelmed and just anxiety, like people around her. You know, she became kind of just like fearful. She was like, "I gotta go. I can't breathe. I can't breathe." And when she went to the doctor, they explained to her that that's what she was having was a panic attack. But we thought it was kind of similar to a heart attack. That's what we thought, the way she was acting.
And think about what you said several times. I can't breathe. She can't breathe. So think about someone even experiencing an asthma attack when they can't breathe, what's going on with them physically. So those symptoms are similar as well. And I'm not asking you guys, so the point of this segment is not to be able to differentiate the difference between a heart attack, asthma attack, or panic attack, just to be aware of their behaviors or what you notice in their symptoms if they're able to communicate them to you. So knowing what to do when you notice these signs and symptoms is incredibly important because they could be life-threatening and you must act immediately. And you can also refer to your manual to learn more about panic attacks. Okay, now to the next slide.
Melody.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned it briefly, but asthma attacks are very similar, can be very similar, and even seizures.
Yep. Like someone going into an epileptic shock, or people who have diabetes if their sugar is too low or too high. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, that's good note to remember. Okay, so let's take a look at this flow chart. When to assess. And when we do assess, yes or no, how do we move? Do we know the person? So if we know the person, what do we say? If we don't know them, a brief introduction, that we're trained, we're still saying that we're trained, okay? Does the person say they are having a panic attack? They may not be able to verbally say it. They might just shake their head or no, maybe they just don't feel well. So if they are experiencing a panic attack, ask them if they need help. They may still just be shaking their head. So you're going to communicate what it is, what you're going to do once they're able to tell you, hopefully. If not, if they're not having a panic attack, then follow physical first aid guidelines. So you're going to assess the scene. Okay, where are you hurting? Do we need to call 911 if they have a device like a bracelet or a medical alert? What are the steps that we need to follow to seek medical assistance? Okay, so we're going to watch a video. And sometimes I can see y'all and sometimes I can't. That's why I'm like randomly touching the screen. But anyway, okay. So let me stop for a moment and watch this video of a person starting to experience some signs and symptoms of a panic attack. So as I'm getting the video up, please turn to pages 44 and 45 of your PPG. And as you're watching the video, write responses to the following questions. Same thing as before. What signs and symptoms do you notice? How can a first aider help a person experience signs and symptoms resembling a panic attack? So signs and symptoms that you notice. How can you, as a first aider, help a person experiencing signs and symptoms resembling a panic attack? What steps of the action plan are demonstrated? So, the action plan is algae. And by whom? And what helpful and unhelpful actions do you notice? Is this person in crisis? So any questions about what you're supposed to review? No? Okay.
Welcome, everyone. First off, I want to thank Jed for bringing the donuts, even though we know they're all a day old. All right, so today we're here to support one another, to share, and to listen. Now, all of our lives have been touched by anxiety in one way or another, right? So one thing I ask is that we're all honest. Now, I'm Lyle. I was diagnosed by my doctor with generalized anxiety disorder. People should not think that was a thing. I should be able to control it. I should man up, figure it out myself, that type of thing. I got lucky. Found a great therapist. Even found some medication that, to my surprise, actually helped. So I was fortunate enough to find some relief. All right, well, that was me. I'd love to hear some of your stories. I get it. Not like I'm asking a group of people with anxiety to come out here and talk in front of a room full of strangers out loud about their anxiety, but that's what we're here to do, right? Anybody?
Okay, I'll go. Hey, my name is Jenny. I have panic attacks. Generally, I can get through my day, but sometimes the stress just builds and I have a panic attack. I started a new job a few months ago, my first office job. I've just since then been really, really scared about losing it and about not working hard enough or, I don't know, just being good enough. I remember this one night, I went out with my friends for drinks.
Right, and we're nervous.
Hey Jenny, we have to make some final tweaks to the presentation.
People sign to turn off, and finally it does, and we're just like pushing people out of their house just so we can get through, right?
I only have 45 minutes to connect.
Only 45 minutes to connect. We're running, we're like tearing through the terminal, right? And then, so I've got my...
I knew it was a mistake to leave. Why did I leave? I would have finished the report by now. If I hadn't left, I'm never gonna get it done.
We're tripping over stuff, and like, it's crazy.
Go in tomorrow, and I'm gonna mess up the presentation. And I know I'm gonna mess it up. And then they're gonna call me in the next day, and they're gonna fire me. I'm so stupid. Why did I do this to myself? I always do this to myself. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so stupid. They're gonna fire me. Go in tomorrow, and I'm gonna mess up the presentation. I'm so stupid.
It is chilly out here. Everything okay?
I feel like I can't breathe. And that my throat's closing up.
Okay, has this happened to you before?
I had panic attacks a few years back.
Okay. Do you want to be alone? Do you want me to stay here?
Stay.
What's happening right now is that you're caught in a cycle, and every time you have a negative thought, your body freaks out. Every time your body freaks out, you have more negative thoughts. So we want to break that cycle. So what do you think started this?
My presentation is tomorrow.
Okay.
I think maybe that.
Okay. And what thoughts are you having about that right now?
That I'm gonna mess it up, or that, I don't know, I'm gonna lose my job and end up alone.
No matter what happens on your presentation tomorrow, even if it's the worst thing in the world, we're gonna figure out a way through this, okay? Everything you're feeling right now, it's temporary. The thoughts you're thinking, the way you're breathing, it's all gonna pass. Has anything helped you in the past with this?
Breathing.
Okay, great. Let's breathe.
Okay.
Let's breathe together. So why don't we breathe in and hold it at the top.
Okay.
Here we go. Go. There you go. I'm here with you. I'm gonna be right here with you the entire way. Yeah, good. See? Just Just keep breathing.
Oh, God, that was scary.
No, but you did it. You got yourself through it. How you feeling now?
Better, but exhausted. Cold.
Yeah.
Freezing, actually.
Well, let's get back inside. I think they might be bringing out the cake now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That was the moment that I decided to see a psychologist, and she diagnosed me with panic disorder. And I guess just the idea of breaking the cycle and realizing that all those feelings are just temporary, that has really helped me.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, so what signs and symptoms did you notice?
Shallow breathing.
Right. Difficulty breathing, acting a little recklessly.
Negative thoughts, throat closing.
Distraction.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling hopeless.
Yep. And she went outside when it was cold. She had to retreat though. She had to get out of it.
Her judgment was not correct. She didn't judge.
Mm-hmm. She had some irrational thinking. Mm-hmm. What steps of the action plan were demonstrated and by whom? And were there helpful and unhelpful actions?
I could be wrong, but I think he was good. To me, he was very calm.
Mm-hmm.
Did listen to her. His approach was very good. He was not judgmental.
Right.
He gave her, well, may not have been professional resources, but he kind of told her maybe what she could do.
Mm-hmm.
He encouraged her a lot.
He did.
And then he encouraged
Gave her a safe space. Mm-hmm.
He encouraged me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. He brought some things back to her memory. Has this happened before? Okay, so what worked for you? You don't have to be the expert. They may already know. They just might need a reminder of what to do. Everything okay? Just a quick check-in. Like, how are you doing? And he listened non-judgmentally. He followed all the steps. So in this video, the friend was able to help and 911 or 988 was not called. What would make the situation an immediate crisis in which 911 would be called?
She had passed out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Or even gotten louder or uncontrollable.
Right. Because that means you're not safe, she's not safe. Let's get somebody in here. Very good. Hey,
I was kind of
anybody?
feeling like if I was in that situation until she said that I've had this before and started talking about it, I wouldn't have known for sure. I would have been leaning more towards calling 911 because I don't know. In that moment, he did real good, but I was thinking if she hadn't have said, I've had this before, we hadn't got to any of that, I would have been thinking, I don't know what's wrong. I don't want to take no chances. I'd be ready to call 911.
And remember, there's no right or wrong way. And most of the operators are trained to determine if it's crisis or not, or to walk you through the steps as the ambulance is on the way. to assist the person. So even if you felt like, nope, this is an immediate crisis, you will explain what's going on and they can walk you through what needs to be done. It's very good dialogue. Okay, so let's talk about how first aiders could respond when they notice aggressive behaviors. So I think Tiffany is the one who said if she would have got out of control, then yeah, we're going to call somebody to come in. People with mental health challenges are more likely to be the victim of violence than the perpetrator. Violence is not the same as aggression. Okay, there's a difference. State that only, or I'm stating this to you, 4% of violence in the United States is attributable to someone who has a mental illness. Only 4%. That's a small number. Okay. So I'm going to reveal some information to you. So I told you it is not the same. You can understand the symptoms for what they are. Speak slowly. We're not going to tell them to just be calm. It'll be all right. We ourselves are going to stay calm and avoid nervous behavior. Try to be aware of what may increase the person's fear and aggression. What is seen as aggression can vary between individuals and across communities, so we want to take cultural consideration. Aggressive behaviors may also be a response to fear. We do not argue. We do not challenge, threaten, or if we're nervous, we might need to do some deep breathing along with them. Okay? So check yourself. That's a part of the assessment. You're assessing them, but you're also assessing yourself before you approach. So ensure your own safety, attempt to de-escalate the situation, and connect to appropriate professional help as needed. Any questions about this? Okay, so this part is really important. If you call 911, you can ask for responders trained in mental health crisis, especially now in our community. People getting shot for various reasons, right? If we need to call 911, let's be clear in stating that this is a mental health crisis. So can you please bring someone who is skilled in de-escalating a mental health crisis? Even with one of my clients, they were at work and they were sending me cryptic texts. I couldn't get to them. I see them virtually. His family members, I was able to get in touch with them, but they weren't able to get to him because, of course, he was at work. And when I called, I said, he is Black. He is not armed. He's not belligerent, but he does need someone there to assist him to de-escalate. So try to be clear. I mean, things still happen, but you want to be sure that you're clear as to what's happening so they can better assist you. Okay, so next we are going to, let's continue learning about other may become a crisis situation. We're going to discuss how a mental health first aider can play a role in supporting someone who just experienced a traumatic event. So early in the course, we discussed different types of traumatic events and their impact. Let's talk about how we can support someone who has experienced one. So a traumatic event is an incident that is perceived to be dangerous and threatens serious injury or death to the person involved. What it looks like. Okay. When we assess and we realize that it is a traumatic event, so it doesn't mean that that person is an immediate crisis. Because what we perceive to be traumatic may not be the same for someone else. We know that early intervention is critical. Ongoing support can make a difference. So immediately, we're going to assess, determine that that person is currently safe, check for potential dangers. Don't make any promises. As soon as they get here, the ambulance gets here, you'll be safe. We don't know what's going to happen on their way to the hospital. So don't force the person either to share their story. If they're uncomfortable, stick with them as best as you can so they can get to the next step. So one, you're going to ensure your own safety. Create a safe environment for yourself and the other person as best as you can. Identify the person's immediate needs. So what kinds of immediate needs would someone have?
Not hurting themselves, not hitting their head or falling on someone else, or if they're in the middle of a panic attack, sometimes that happens.
And think about our basic needs. So if
shelter, water, yeah, things like that.
So an immediate need would someone have? I need food. I need shelter. And then Tiffany mentioned injuries that just kind of happen, right? So if the person has an injury, we call 911 or seek medical care if needed. So what do we mean when we say don't make promises you cannot keep?
I said it a little earlier, refrain from saying everything's going to be okay, or don't worry, or just calm down. Minimizing when we don't really know the depth of what the crisis is.
Absolutely.
Another promise you say you can't keep is saying you'll always be available for them to talk. If you have a job, you have a life, you can't drop what you're doing to talk them off
Absolutely.
the ledge. So
That is true. Because then they're gonna say, "Where were you? You said you was gonna be there." Now I'm killing myself. I mean, I'm playing, but that has been said before.
No,
If nobody was there.
Sister Melody, that happened to me after my husband died. People told me, I cannot tell you how many people said you can call me anytime. And then probably like a couple of nights after he passed, I woke up like 2 in the morning. I called probably like 4, 5, 6 people. Nobody answered their phone. Only one person. Thank God that he answered. But we have to be, because I mean, in any situation, there's no time frame that things happen, And it was just like 2 or 3 in the morning. I called and nobody, all the people who said you can call me at any time, I'll be there. Nobody was there. One person answered their phone. So yeah, that's a good point, Ella Hirsch.
And you can say, you can call me. I may not answer, but you can call me. Put that disclaimer on there. Thank you guys. This is real good dialogue. Thank you for sharing that.
May I interject something here? I rarely tell people you can call me. I'll tell them I'll be in touch.
And that leaves it open.
Yes, it does.
Real open. And we do not want to force anything on anybody. And we definitely don't want to force them to share their story with us. If someone wants to share with us, we practice L, listen non-judgmentally. However, we do not force anyone to tell us what happened. We're not investigators, okay? So we might have to keep our inquisitiveness in check. What does this have to do with them? Me needing to know their business. So how would we support someone who experienced a traumatic event over time? Okay, so here are the options right here. Offer them choices and options. Encourage them to take care of themselves. We talked about self-care. Tell others what they need. Because they may not know what they don't know. And if they don't know, that's okay. Learn to communicate. Tell us that you don't know right now so we can stop bugging you. Maybe that's annoying you that we keep asking. If you don't know, let us know that. Not using negative coping strategies. Let the person know that you are available to talk when they are ready. So I'm here for you when you're ready. Remember, no pressure. And potential crisis, panic attacks, severe anxiety, suicidal thoughts and behaviors, and NSSI, non-suicidal injuries. Okay. Let's see. And there's a keynote here. If a mental health first aider notices any of these crises, follow the steps specific to the situation. And that's a part of the action plan. Now, why would helping the person feel a sense of control be important? When we're helping them, if it might be a crisis, why would helping the person feel a sense of control be important?
Well, firstly, a lack of control might have been a part of why they're in crisis. And so being kind of preemptive, if you kind of put some of the control back in their hands, that could reduce some of the symptoms.
And make them feel better. Because when we all have control, it's like I know how to navigate. So I feel a little bit more comfortable, more secure. What are some examples of negative coping strategies? And maybe think about yourself, or maybe someone you know. Sometimes we deal by not dealing, right? So we distract ourselves. So I put too much time and energy in my work, in my family, at church, and I don't focus on what's really going on. Or I might have an addiction. I might spend too much time on social media. Or I have a little bit too much time drinking my wine for my stomach's sake. Okay. I'm not paying attention to what's really going on. That's a negative way of coping. Okay.
Overeating.
What'd you say?
Overeating.
Yes.
Emotional
Food is
eating.
comfortable. Yep. Food is comfortable, makes us feel good, but it might make us feel too good. And remember, y'all, gluttony doesn't just mean food. It could be binging on other things outside of food, right?
Let's be real, overthinking sometimes can get you in trouble too.
Yes.
And that can really start the panic attack and the anxiety.
Just like in that video we saw, she started overthinking. Okay, if you can, nope. Yes, go to page 48 in your PPG and read the scenario about Vivian. What signs and symptoms do you notice? How would you provide immediate support to this person? And how would you support this person over the next few weeks? Does Vivian show up for you guys on page 48 or no?
No.
Okay. I'll pull it up for you. And we're going to share it together. Okay. I'm going to share my screen for you guys to see. And are you guys okay with me reading it, or would you rather read it yourself?
You can read.
You work at the university library. It's the second week of the semester, and the volume of students coming has been steadily increasing. including many students who are accessing the library for the first time. It is generally very busy, which is common for this time of year. Vivian is a new colleague who has been employed on a 6-month fixed-term contract. She arrives 20 minutes late to work, looking pale. The supervisor is at a meeting and you are busy helping a student, so there is no opportunity for the usual morning greeting. Vivian gets to work by shelving books nearby. You notice that Vivian is having trouble sticking to the task. At times, she walks up and down the same row of shelves to find the correct location for a book. She also seems to be tense and nervous. You finally get the chance to ask about her weekend. Vivian replies that she was involved in a car accident on Friday night when driving home from a party. The driver of the other vehicle swerved into her car, rolled his car, and was killed. Vivian says that she has not been sleeping and can't stop thinking about the accident. So the question, what signs and symptoms do you notice? How would you provide immediate support to this person? How would you support this person over the next few weeks since you guys are working with each other? Is she in crisis? Is she in immediate crisis? I think our faces got to just say it.
She's
in crisis.
built into a crisis because she looks like she's going on.
Go ahead.
Did you hear me?
I heard something crisis. She looks like she's going. So if you can repeat.
She's on her way to having a crisis. If she doesn't get it together, she'll lose her job and be in a crisis.
Right. So she's in crisis, but not immediate.
Yes.
What lets us know that she's not in immediate crisis? Where does she show up?
She still has a job and she's safe.
Still going to work.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Still able to do her job duties, even though she might,
Absolutely. So because she showed up, this is an example of how experiencing a traumatic event may not result in crisis. Okay. So during the next few weeks or months, maybe you offer to be there for her. I'm here when you're ready to talk. We must respect her privacy unless there is risk of immediate crisis. Okay. Any questions about that? All right. Moving on. We are going to spend some time discussing how a mental health first aider can play a role in supporting someone engaging in non-suicidal self-injury, NSSI for short. So what is non-suicidal self-injury? Have you guys ever heard of that before? Or know what it is?
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what non-suicidal self-injury is?
I've heard it, but
You
don't
heard of it?
of it.
Yes, I do.
Is that Brianna talking?
Oh, I just said I do. I know what it is.
You know what it is? Can you explain to the group what it is?
Well, I have a son that's diagnosed on the autism spectrum. And in addition to that, he had extreme eczema, not just in one spot, and it was covering his face. Horrific pictures of it during that time that they could not cure. But during that time, he would do this. And that's when I first found out about it. I didn't know what it was, and it was alarming to me. Like I would want to stop him from doing it. And when he went to therapy, she said, wait a minute, let's see why he's doing it. But that was considered, he wasn't trying to hurt himself. It was, I'm irritated, and it wasn't that he was trying to hurt himself. So that's suicidal self-injury. He has overcome that. No more of that. Just let y'all know.
Oh, that's a blessing.
It was God.
That's good.
And Melanie, sometimes cutting, people cut, and that's not that they trying to commit suicide. Sometimes it's just the pain and the trauma that they're experiencing. And so what they'll do is just cut. And it's not to commit suicide, but it's just because of what they're going through. So cutting
Correct.
can definitely be an example of non-suicide.
I know people who pull their eyelashes
Mm-hmm.
and their hair.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's the umbrella of anxiety. But those are all great examples of NSSI. So I'm going to show you the definition. Okay. It is deliberate, self-inflicted, without the intent to die by suicide. And notice the statement, die by suicide. So really try to work on not saying, oh, they committed suicide or their suicide was completed. If someone died by suicide, that's what we say. Death or die by suicide. Because you commit crimes. So we know as believers that suicide will lead to hell. Okay. So if someone is having suicidal ideation, you kind of ask them, what's keeping you here? You're still here. And if they use religion or their faith as a way to keep them here, then we go with that part. But we don't say commit suicide. It's death by suicide or die by suicide. Okay. Potential medical emergency crisis, consumed poison, bleeding that is rapid or pulsing, feeling rage or anger or seeking revenge, being unconscious. So this is a list of NSSI, what may become a crisis, which could lead to suicide. Okay, it can. All right. Engaging in NSSI is not necessarily an immediate crisis, but like I said, it can. Potential crisis associated with someone engaging in NSSI. No, I already said that. I'm sorry. A mental health first aider should contact medical personnel immediately in some circumstances. For example, there's a serious wound or injury. So maybe you put a Band-Aid or applied something on a wound, but it's still bleeding. Then you would call 911. The person has harmed themselves by taking an overdose of medication or consuming poison. In this case, call an ambulance. The person is confused, disoriented, or unconscious. And a key action, address your observations directly. Listen non-judgmentally. We don't believe in that. You're going to hell. We're not doing that, okay? We want to listen non-judgmentally. That might mean not even talking at all, okay? Avoid overreacting, but address medical emergencies. So we have discussed what might make NSSI an immediate crisis if the injury results in a medical emergency. Let's continue learning about other medical emergencies.
Excuse me,
All
Miss.
right.
We're
Yes,
not
ma'am.
seeing the screen. I thought it was just me, but apparently others aren't either. We can't see the screen you're sharing anymore. It's just gray.
Oh, that's not good. So did y'all see this right here?
Now we can, but I couldn't see it before, and I thought it was just me.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So I just spoke about this as to potential medical emergency crisis for NSSI, the key actions. And now we're on, did you see the slide change? Medical emergency?
Yeah, we can see that.
Okay, thank you. So
And
any signs of medical, you said no?
No, I said I had a question.
Oh, yes.
So I'm hoping that this is the best or a good forum to ask this question to get your advice or directive. So a few weeks ago, we were in and this is good from a ministry perspective, we were in a service. We were in in a prayer line, and one of in the spirit I identified, I believe I identified what somebody was going through, and I couldn't shake it. And so I kept looking at the young lady, and when we connect, or the person, and when we connected eyes, she came over to me and fell in my arms and told me that she was feeling suicidal and wanted to kill her parents.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm asking for advice if I handle this properly. What I did was, because Sister Evangelist Hunter was right there next to me, and I know that she is in that profession, I shared it with her. The young lady she did go to get prayer, but I did get her telephone number and found out if her parents were there, the youth leader, she was there with her youth leader, and I shared with them what she shared with me with her permission, gave both of them my telephone numbers, and gratefully, she was able to get some help. But I didn't feel like it was my place to make a big, huge deal out of it. But those were some pretty significant statements that the young lady had made. Again, said she felt like killing herself as well as going home at night and killing her parents.
And you made a point not making a great big scene about it, which we talked about in the beginning. We want to go to them privately. And we'll talk about it actually in this segment about knowing how to refer and knowing what to say. Because when anyone is talking about suicidal ideation, we do not want to beat around the bush. We may feel uncomfortable, but that is a serious situation. So, in those moments after you've prayed with them, do you have a plan to kill yourself, to kill your parents, or whoever else they've shared with you? If so, okay, we need to call, or here is this person right now in this moment who can direct you further. Because we are all, once we hear that someone wants to kill themselves or someone else, we are bound legally to report that. In the state of Texas, we are. We have to report it. And I know dealing with adolescents and children, there's a fine line there, because if they're coming to you, that means they feel safe and comfortable to come to you. But guess what? They have guardians or parents, right? And they have to be made aware. So some language you can use if it's a child or adolescent. Thank you so much for sharing with me. I appreciate that. I know that must have been difficult for you to say. And now that you've shared this with me, you see the language? We can discuss this with your parents. And I see your hand. Or you can go talk to your parents and I can be there with you. Or if you decide to talk to your parents or guardians on your own, I'm going to follow up because now I'm concerned about you and I want to make sure that you're okay. So what you did was perfectly fine. And remember, there's no right or wrong way. Well, we don't want to cause a scene. That's the wrong way. But your steps moving forward, absolutely in line with what you're learning today. So thank you for sharing that. Troy, you had a question?
Yes, you said that in a situation like that, we are required to report it. So is that reporting it to law enforcement or to just the underage person's parents?
So if it's a child or adolescent, you can do it together, telling the parent, and then who's calling. It really just kind of depends on the situation. If it's at church and you're able to get in contact with the parents and you've made it known, you can say, here's some resources as a mental health first aider of where you can go for the next steps. And everyone else, you would follow the same steps as well. Now, as a mental health first aider too, because they told you that they wanted to kill if they didn't have a plan. So no, I just been thinking about it. I don't have a plan in place. Then you don't necessarily have to call 911. I would highly encourage the parents to have a plan in place to keep them safe, especially if they're saying they want to kill the parents as well, and to utilize the resources that day. That day. Now, if you feel it in your spirit that it's an immediate crisis and you don't know whether or not the child is going to act, you can call 911. It doesn't hurt to call 911 and say, this was what was reported to me. I did speak to the parents, and I just want to have, you can definitely do that. I hope that answered your question.
May I give a FYI?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think in some cases, things like that happen at a church setting. You have to be triply careful because I'll share it with you all later. Melody, I'll give it to you and Evangelist, because some of those that came to that youth meeting, the particular church that they go to, that particular church does have something similar to the mental first aid. So it might be best sometimes to give things over to their leader, let the leader handle that, but I'll talk to you all about it later.
Okay. And even if we know that the leader is equipped, because the leader is not the parent or guardian, we still need to go to the parent or guardian. Now, if the parent or guardian chooses to utilize those resources under that leader, great. If they don't, remember, we don't pressure, we just give it as a choice for them to utilize. And I know we all have relationships that kind of overlap, right? And we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or offend. But at the end of the day, and this is what I say on the community side or non-religious side, you want to protect your integrity, your license, your certificate. Everybody on here, mine is Brianna. I don't know if you're an elder, minister, or what have you. You have a piece of paper that states that you have passed and mastered and you're at this level. So you want to maintain the fidelity of that certification, that license that you have. So you follow the guidelines of MHFA, of whoever you received your certification or license through. And if your church has some systems in place, excuse me, you follow those systems as well. And that's what we're trying to do at Zion, just FYI. So we don't want to force anything on anybody. We put it out there and it's up for them to move accordingly. Okay. So
there's a gray, I'm sorry, excuse me, there's a gray box over the screen again.
Yeah.
It's like I can see part of your, but now there's yep, right there. I see you on it. I don't know why it's covered.
Let's see. You don't see anything?
Now it's clear. We can see the whole screen.
It's clear.
Okay. I think when I pull you guys up, that's what happens. So do you see anything now?
It's just a small gray box across the top of the title.
That says crisis medical emergency?
Yes, we can see crisis in the M, but nothing else.
The box is covering up part of the words at the top. Now the box went down further, the gray box, now it's moved down to the middle, right where your cursor is.
Oh, you can see when I move it?
Yeah.
I don't know why it's showing. Well, I'm sorry about that. Let me try to move this. Is that better? Can you see me in the content now?
The content is still covered up with a gray box now.
OMJ. Okay, what about now?
Still the same thing. Still the same thing.
Okay. How about now?
Still the same thing.
You don't see anything?
No, it's covered, partially covered.
A small rectangular box. Now we just see our faces.
Yeah, no, 'cause I stopped sharing. Well, I guess I won't be seeing y'all, so I'm gonna need to hear your voices. Okay? I don't know what's going on. Okay.
We can see it, but it's just the gray box is covering several of the words and everything.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
All right. So we talked about the medical emergencies. We're going to seek immediate medical attention if you notice any of these signs: painful muscle spasms, fainting, cold or clammy skin indicating a low body temperature. Some individuals may be apprehensive or fearful of calling for emergency support services. Why do you think that is or might be the case?
Depending on the diagnosis. Extremely bad.
What if they're embarrassed, right? Or I don't want to pay that emergency bill, so no, I'll be okay. And with that embarrassment might be the stigma. I don't want people to be calling and checking on me like that or in my business. So what letter would help us to get them through this to the next step of the action plan?
Listen, so the L.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to keep talking, and I apologize.
No, that's okay, because I can't see your face anyway, so I can hear your voice.
I have a phobia, and many know, of the ambulance. And it came because I was almost dropped. I'll be very transparent. The EMT people thought I was bigger or weighed more than what I did. And so they were hoisting me up and did it like, oh, we need all these people to do it. And I wasn't as heavy as what they thought. And they almost dropped me. I have a phobia of the ambulance. And again, anybody that really knows me knows that. Like, if we're together and I pass out, unless I'm bleeding or shot, please just take me, drive me to the hospital. So it's important to listen to me if I'm able to communicate, like where I'm at in the stage of whatever is going on. So that might help in other instances to listen to what the person, we may need to make judgments, but to listen to what the person is saying.
That is good. Thank you for sharing that. Okay. We can listen, as Tiffany said, and we can also go to the next letter, the G, to give reassurance and information. And maybe we say, what encouraging words or what reassuring words should I say, could we say?
You tell the person, let's see what we can do to try to help you feel better. What options do we have? Let's talk about what options we have, or what options do you think you have?
And Tiffany, it goes back, I can't get it out of my head when you said earlier this morning, your husband just being there. Sometimes he didn't even say anything. So just letting them know, hey, I'm here for you. I don't know what's next. We're going to let the ambulance or medical personnel take care of you, but I'm here. So just saying that goes a long way. So let's spend some time talking about another situation that is an immediate crisis, suicidal thoughts and behaviors. Can you guys see this? Do you see 6 squares?
We can see 4.
Ah! I'm gonna move y'all. Okay, let me move y'all up. Okay. You see 6 now?
Yes.
Okay. So myth or fact? Real quick though. Most likely, suicide has touched your communities, neighborhoods, or workplace, or maybe you've seen it on TV. This section may evoke strong or distressing feelings and emotions. So please know that you can choose to leave the room or opt out any activity or discussion. If you choose to leave the room, let me know, okay? And you can message me directly in the chat, or if you want to text me if you have my number. So when talking about suicide, you may notice how I use the phrase die by suicide. I just want that to hone into your brain, okay? So instead of committed suicide or successful suicide, we say died by. So myth or fact? Okay, yeah. I already talked about that. I guess I spoke too soon, but I don't want to repeat myself. So we're going to move on. We're going to dispel some misconceptions that we may have about suicide. So you can use the thumbs up or thumbs down, and you can just say it out loud if it's a myth or fact. Asking a person about suicide will encourage the person to attempt suicide. Is that a myth or a fact?
Myth.
Y'all agree with Troy?
Myth, yes.
I do. Myth.
Tiffany, you think it's something different?
Myth. I'm sorry.
Oh, myth. Okay.
Myth.
You guys are correct. So asking a person, we want to be direct. Remember I said that earlier. You want to be clear. It might feel uncomfortable to you, but asking them directly about suicidal thoughts can serve as a deterrent. Okay? It may not lead to them dying by suicide. Myth or fact? Once a person is considering suicide, there is nothing that you can do.
Myth.
Myth.
That's right. They're usually, as Missy stated earlier, those who engage in cutting does not necessarily mean they want to die in that moment. They may be looking for some relief and someone to help them, looking for a solution or escape, and they see no other option. So, as a mental health first aider and professional, you can play a role in providing resources, hope, and support to people with a challenge or crisis. Okay? So we said that's a myth. Moving on. A person who attempts suicide will always be suicidal.
Myth.
It's a myth.
Correct. It is a myth. Most suicide crises are temporary and based on significant levels of distress. All right. Myth or fact? Suicide occurs in all socioeconomic groups.
Fact.
Fact.
That is true. There is no respect of a person. It occurs everywhere, all ages, races. All right, myth or fact? Improvement following a suicidal crisis means that the risk of suicide is over.
Myth.
That's a
That is
myth.
correct.
Myth.
Most people who die by suicide do so within 3 months of exhibiting signs of improvement.
Myth.
All right. I'm trying to scooch y'all over so y'all can see. All right. Myth or fact? Suicide happens without warning.
Myth.
Myth.
That's a myth.
Yeah.
That's right. It is. Even though sometimes we're like, oh my God, I didn't know. I just saw them yesterday. Maybe we just weren't paying attention to those warning signs. So a person who is suicidal generally gives many clues and warnings regarding their intentions. Their intentions. So if you can, refer to section 3 in your manual, and it gives you a list of warning signs of suicide. Your awareness of these signs can help save a person's life. So let's see what you really know. Let me move y'all out the way so y'all see that. Okay. Warning signs. They're talking or writing about death. Again, this is in your manual. Showing anxiety or agitation. Maybe they're selling their personal items. Feeling trapped like there is no way out. So how do we approach? I think I'm moving too fast, but we're going to keep it moving. Okay. How do we approach this? Just like before, we speak calm, non-accusatory manner. You know better than that. We don't do those types of things. We're not doing that. That's not the time for that. We want to try to understand how they feel. So trying to empathize, putting ourselves in their shoes. Encourage them to express their feelings. And take special note to this one right here. Your heart might be beating really fast. Like I said, talking about suicide may be uncomfortable for you, but right now it is not about you. So appear confident, like a duck on a pond, calm on the surface, but underneath paddling hard, okay, to determine the next action. Instill hope by asking about long-term plans or goals and letting the person know that the feeling doesn't last forever. Because we know suicide is a permanent solution for a temporary situation. Talking about suicide may be a way for a person to indicate just how badly they are feeling. We should never dismiss their reason for feeling bad or thinking about suicide. Remember, a crisis is different for everyone. So even if you went through it, or your baby sister's best friend went through the same thing and they're okay, don't dismiss what they are feeling in that moment. What may seem like a trivial matter to you may be very overwhelming for another person. Respect individual responses to stressful situations. While it may be difficult to start the conversation about suicide, note that it is often a relief for a person to be able to talk about their thoughts of suicide without being judged or criticized. Okay. This is the point. We want to ask directly. Notice it doesn't say, are you having any bad thoughts? No, you're speaking directly and clear. Are you thinking about killing yourself? Or are you thinking about suicide? Because bad thoughts, it might be a good thought for them not to be here anymore. So if you say, are you having bad thoughts? No, because I'm about to be out of here. Okay? So you want to be direct, even if it's uncomfortable for you. And work together to help the individual, work together to keep the individual safe for now. So consider calling 988. Any questions about this? So self-check, check yourself, even if you're uncomfortable, but be clear in what you're asking. Okay? All right. If you don't feel as though you can keep the individual or yourself safe, get help immediately and connect the individual to a professional. So the suicide risk assessment. So one, we want to assess. And when you notice warning signs of suicide, it is important to ask directly about suicide, which we've already stated. We can ask the following 2 questions. Are you thinking about killing yourself? are you thinking about suicide? Why would we use the words killing or suicide instead of harming or hurting? And if you were paying attention, you know why I just said. But why do we use those words?
Because suicide and killing is permanent. Because just because you harm yourself don't mean that that's going to lead to a permanent end of your life. Mm-hmm. That's one reason why we use the word suicide or killing.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Okay. Because harming and hurting are vague. It may not, to them, they may not believe they're hurting themselves. Okay. Similar to how you practice chest compressions in a CPR course, we want you to practice the critical skills in this course.
I'm in a class, Marlon. I told you that earlier.
Marlon. All right. The purpose of this activity is to provide an opportunity for learners to practice asking the questions in a supportive learning environment. So I want you guys to get used to hearing yourself say it out loud. So it's challenge by choice. This means that you can participate to your own level of comfort. So as a group, let's practice saying these 2 questions aloud. So that means I need to hear you. All right. Okay, so look at number 2, and we're going to practice saying it out loud. So you can say the first question, are you thinking about killing yourself?
Are
If you
you
don't feel,
thinking about killing yourself?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then the second question, are you thinking about suicide?
Are you thinking about suicide?
Mm-hmm. So I heard Troy. Thank you so much, Troy, for engaging. Those of you, I didn't even see your mouth move. So even if you don't want to unmute, I need to at least see your mouth move when you practice saying.
Are you thinking about killing yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking about suicide?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking about killing yourself? Are you thinking about suicide?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking about suicide? Are you thinking about killing yourself?
Mm-hmm. Marlon, you have a question?
Yes. If asking this question, does that somehow also plant a seed sometimes for some people?
That was, I'm glad you asked that, because remember we just had that in the myth or fact.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a myth. So we
Right.
ask them directly to kind of help divert their way of thinking, to get them to talking about what's going on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But that's a good question.
I have experienced that people that say they're going to commit suicide or kill themselves, they don't want to do that. They just want someone that's going to listen to them. They're struggling with things in their head and they need to get it out. They don't know how, but when they can find that one person that's willing to listen, they will talk.
Mm-hmm. That is true. And did you say commit suicide earlier? Is that what you said?
I said I have experienced dealing with someone that claimed they were going to or wanted to commit suicide, but that was not the actual truth. They just really were in a bad situation and needed to talk.
Mm-hmm. And now that you learned new verbiage, you can say they explained that they wanted to die by suicide instead of commit suicide. Mm-hmm.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So now that we've practiced saying it out loud, being very clear and direct. And like Troy said, given in that space, that safe space to hopefully want to share with us, it says, if we ask a person one of these questions and they say no, so no, I don't want to kill myself. No, I'm not thinking about suicide. Then we use the rest of the steps of the action plan. Give reassurance, provide information, and encourage. If we ask a person one of these questions and they say yes, okay, so I'm scooting it over, so now you see 3. Have you thought about how you would kill yourself? So this is the plan. Have you thought about how you would kill yourself? If a person answers no to the planning questions, you need to remember that we are still in a crisis situation. So have you decided when you are going to do it? Do you have means? Do you have the pills? Do you have the gun? Do you have the keys to your car? Depending on what they're saying their plan is. Have you done anything to get the things you need to kill yourself? So the means to. Okay. This is all crisis. We need to continue assessing and encouraging the individual to seek appropriate professional support, which is what we said as part of the algae. Consider contacting 988 or a therapist if you know of their therapist or whoever the other professional is. While a higher level of planning means a higher level of risk, we cannot assume from a lower level of planning means a lower level of risk, because this is all crisis. Anytime there are warning signs of suicide, connect to a professional. 988. That's going to be etched in your brain. 988. So if they say yes, they have a plan, or yes, they have means, we get help immediately. Okay? Get help immediately. Call 911 if need be, letting them know there is a mental health crisis going on right now. And I need someone who can assist in a mental health crisis. Okay. Anybody have any questions so far? Do we need to take a 2-minute break? Y'all want to keep it rolling? I see Missy keep it rolling. Everybody else keep it moving?
Is there a
Rolling.
section? Is there a section in this other document that's talking about this too? Because I didn't find it while you were talking.
So if you look at your manual, you can go to page 186.
Oh, okay. So we have a manual and we have another. What's the I was in the
Participating.
processing guide. So you're talking about not the processing guide, but the manual.
You can always look at the bottom of the screen, and typically it'll have a page right next. This booklet is the manual, and usually there's a page. The pen right here is the participating guide, like if you want to take notes. And so there's no particular page on the PPG.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're going to watch a video to learn how a mental health first aider can play a role in supporting someone who expresses suicidal thoughts and behaviors. Move you guys out the way.
There's a gray box covering part of the video. There you go.
Yeah, I just moved it. It must be delayed. So just give it some time. And okay, hold on one moment. While you're watching this video, turn to pages 51 and 52 of the PPG. And as you're watching the video, I want you to think about signs and symptoms that you notice. What steps of the action plan are being demonstrated and by whom? What was helpful and unhelpful? And is this person in crisis? Oh, MJ, there we go.
Here you go, Oscar.
Uh-huh. Yeah, cross-reference those with the previous documents. Yeah, and just text me when everything's uploaded. Yeah, thanks. Hey, Dad. What's going on up there? When was the last time you got a haircut?
Oscar doesn't seem to mind.
Oscar eats mice, right? Chicago looked good this week, on all sides of the ball.
Yeah, I missed the game.
You missed a Bears game?
I was tired.
You remember when I worked here? I used to draw those pictures in the latte foam. Mom called me Cafe Monet. Hey, let me give you the play-by-play. Okay, a minute and a half in, Smith caught the most beautiful interception I've ever seen. He was following the receiver all the way, eyes right on the quarterback, and he just leapt up in the air and caught the ball one-handed.
Okay, so can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We can see you.
Trying to get back. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what signs and symptoms did you notice?
He looked kind of sad and his hair was all messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Body language was kind of sunk in, like just looked like he was just on his last leg. He just looked very disengaged.
He didn't have
Yep.
interest in something that seemed like he usually has interest in, sports and stuff.
Just disheveled and disassociated.
Mm-hmm.
Reminds me of a person who really lost something.
Yeah. Who did he lose? Did you guys see the very first thing?
His wife.
What?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, what steps of the action plan are demonstrated and by whom?
His son.
He followed the steps?
Yes, yes.
All of them?
No, he asked his dad what was wrong, what was going on, but then he started talking about himself, things that he used to do when he used to work there and different coffee drinks. He didn't really try to find out what was going on with his dad.
He tried, but he wasn't successful. He wasn't successful at all.
May I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is it truthfully, is it really wrongful, I'll put it this way, to kind of interject those kind of different things in there to maybe bring the person kind of around just a little bit? I'm not saying going as far as, oh boy. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Not going as far as he went, but is it okay to kind of, you're wanting to try to bring that person back around, so you kind of draw in a few tidbits of maybe where the person might have been?
So where that person may have been, not where he was. And I think that's what Troy was saying. He made it more about him, where he used to work.
Okay.
So, hey, Dad, you remember this place? Period or question mark. So putting it back to his mind, the familiarity of the place for the dad, not for him.
I think if the son would have asked, "Hey, Dad, do you remember when we used to come here? Do you remember the drink or the food item that you used to order? You remember how much you used to like it?" I think that would have kind of caught the dad's attention a little bit more and may have engaged him more.
So you're making more of the connection for the dad.
Understood. Understood.
Did he listen?
Let's say he heard, but he didn't listen.
There you go. That was good, Doctor.
It seems like you could tell he was picking up on, oh, you didn't, the game, it seems like he got those little clues that something is going on, but he didn't do follow up with it when he got the clue.
But think about it. You just said he was talking about the game. When we talk about L, listening, now we can show with our body language that we're present without talking. And I think all of us, we have this notion that we have to say something for people to know that we're there, but we don't. So he was trying to engage, but not really assessing, reading the room. He was trying to make a joke. What's going on with your hair? And again, I really don't believe his intentions were bad, because he does care about his dad, but we have to be mindful of our approach. That is the A in algae when we're talking to someone. So even though his intention was to be helpful, his actions weren't as helpful. And the last question, is this person in a crisis?
Yes.
Yes, but it's not immediate.
Not immediate. Okay, so let's continue learning more about Jeremy and his father. I'm going to watch the second part of the video. I'm going to stop sharing just for a moment.
And I wonder if some of this difference too has to do with this is son and father of how he reacted versus if this was somebody else. Because I would think that would be a real awkward moment for me and not know how to handle it as well with my parent right then compared to someone else.
And that's really good that you say that, because remember, we talk about how different relationships can have a different interaction, which may lead to a different outcome. So you want to make sure to be mindful of the relationship you have, because that will determine how you talk to the person as well. But you still need to assess the situation. So what's going on before you approach, no matter who it is. This is all good dialogue. All right, so as you're watching The second video, same questions I want you to pay attention to. What signs and symptoms do you notice? Now, what fears does Jeremy have about talking to his dad? What misunderstanding does Jeremy have about suicide? And the friend says, shining a light on the dark place. What does that mean? So try to remember that phrase, shining a light on that dark place. What does that mean? Okay.
I mean, she died 2 years ago, and I'm still sad too, but he's like really, really sad.
I know it's tough, but have you ever noticed your dad acting this way before?
Yeah. Once when I was in high school, there was a year where he was seeing a doctor almost every week. I think for depression.
I mean, have you guys ever talked about it?
We really don't do that. I mean, I don't even know what to say.
Well, do you think he might be depressed again?
I think so.
Do you think he might have suicidal thoughts?
What? No. No, that's too intense.
I know it sounds intense, but, you know, it's more common than you'd think. And there are different levels of suicidal thoughts.
But you know my dad, he's like the funniest guy in the room.
I know. If you think it's even a remote possibility, it's an important question to ask.
About suicide. No way. I don't even want to put that thought in his head.
It doesn't work that way. You're not going to be putting a thought to kill himself in his head. If it's there, it's already happening. And if he's not talking about it, then it's happening in the dark. You having a conversation with him is just shining a light on that dark place.
Well, that's our darkness quota for the day.
Okay, fine. But if you don't talk about it with him, then who else will?
Thanks.
All right, well, try and keep up.
Okay. So, the question. What signs and symptoms did you notice? What fears did Jeremy have about talking to his dad? What misunderstandings does Jeremy have about suicide? And the friend saying shining a light on that dark place, what does that mean? So signs and symptoms. What did you notice?
Him emptying out this closet, like getting clothes. Had a box with his son name on it and had a box that said donate. So that's definitely a sign. That's one of the ones that I recognize.
Mm-hmm. And how was he acting? How was he sleeping? How was he eating? Did you notice any of those behaviors?
It doesn't appear that he was eating very much or getting much sleep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He didn't look to be a happy camper.
Yeah, he still looks sad.
Mm-hmm.
Still had the sad countenance.
And what about Jeremy? He seemed to be afraid to discuss suicide with his father. What fears did he have?
That he would plant the seed of suicide in his dad's head. So I'm not gonna say the typical, but a lot of people, that myth that if I mention suicide, then I'm kind of putting them in that direction to go in that way.
Absolutely. He said, oh, that's too intense. Yep.
But also tell perhaps culturally that wasn't something that they did, or even in the culture of their family, they didn't talk about.
He said, you know, my dad, he's funny. But is he funny right now? You know, he's not being funny.
And then the thing is, there's a history of depression. So he mentioned that before. So I'm not for sure Jeremy was kind of in denial as well in the countenance of his dad, or the place that his dad is, that dark place. But I like how the young lady, you know, how she phrased the dark place and shining the light. Like if he's gonna do, the thought is already there, just you asking the question is not gonna be there, because the dark place, you're asking the question that just happen to shine a light to let him know, like, hey, I'm here, there's support, there's resources. So I like how she said that.
And you just segued on into the next part of what that statement meant, shining the light in the dark place. So it dispels the myth altogether. We're not planting the seed of them wanting to die by suicide. We're shedding light, bringing awareness to whatever crisis situation they're in, to try to reassure, provide information, that's the G, and then E, the two E's, to encourage. So think about the steps as you're assessing to figure out what step you're going to use. Maybe you're just listening. I'm here for you. Wow, I did not know you were going through that. So let's watch. Oh, go ahead, Brianna.
I almost feel like the friend in this one, she was doing some work with him, because this was something that was actually bothering him too, to see his dad in this state. So this seemed to me was taking a little toll on him as well. And I felt like she did a good job by asking questions and getting him to think more, and then giving him some advice on how to do it. So that was good to see that.
She might be a certified mental health first aider using her steps, right? Okay, so we're going to finish up this story with Jeremy and his dad. And I want you to note how Jeremy has a tough and honest conversation with his father about what he is noticing, probably based on the urging from his friend. I want you to turn to page 55 and 56 of the PPG. And again, the same questions you're going to take note to. Signs and symptoms that you notice, the steps of the action plan, who are they demonstrated by, what helpful and unhelpful actions do you notice, and the last one, that's it. So the steps of the action plan, signs and symptoms, and what's helpful and unhelpful.
Hello, you've reached Dan and Betty. Leave a message.
Dad? 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 You stood me up. What are you moving?
I don't this. Here. I want you to have Oscar. He's better off with you.
What? Dad, I'm not taking Oscar.
Please.
What is going on? Dad, I've noticed you've been acting really off lately. Dad, hold on just a second, okay? I'm sorry. What I meant to say is, how are you?
Not so good.
What do you mean?
I don't care about anything. I'm a failure. Jeremy, I don't just miss her. I realize I'm nothing without her.
You know, I miss her too. But I also miss you. You're physically here, but half the time I don't know where you are. Are you, Have you thought about killing yourself?
No, not really. I just think it'd be a welcome relief to be gone.
I love you. And you're not alone. And we all have to think about our mental health. Every single one of us. It's not a sign of weakness or failure. And there are so many resources out there and treatments like therapy, medication.
So you want me to see a shrink?
I don't know that, but I just think it makes sense to get help from a professional. Maybe you can talk to your doctor and they can refer you to a psychologist or psychiatrist who can really help you to get the appropriate treatment.
I'll talk to someone. I have to get a checkup with my doctor anyway. I'll bring it up with him too.
I can go with you if you want.
I like that.
So no more getting rid of stuff or preparing to be gone without talking to someone first. Promise?
Promise.
So it's Sunday.
Bears.
And the ball is snapped. The quarterback fakes a throw left, hands off right, running back. He's blocked well and tries to cut through the middle.
All right. So you have the questions that you were supposed to focus on while watching the video. What signs and symptoms did you notice?
He was still dressed in his PJs in the middle of the day, and he wanted to give away something that was very special to him, Oscar the cat. It's something that was really close to him.
He missed
Still to
their
this
date.
day. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Shonda.
He missed their date. He missed their time together.
Yep, he didn't show up.
Didn't answer the phone.
Shoveled still.
He was in a dark area in his home, or at least maybe because the whole thing was dark. Just seemed dark to me that it was really dark.
Yep. What steps of the action plan are demonstrated and by whom?
Well, the son approached him this time.
He told him he would go with him.
Yes, that was helpful. Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
asked
so
a tough question.
What did you say?
He asked the tough question. He asked
He
it.
did. He was direct. He didn't say, Dad, are you thinking about harming? It was clear. Dad, are you thinking about killing yourself?
But he did rephrase his wording.
Mm-hmm. But that took some time because you know when he first got there, where you at? You stood me up.
I'm gonna say he changed his countenance. He even changed the tone of his voice when he was speaking with his dad when it came to asking that question. So that was good. And we have to be mindful of how we approach, even with our tone and how we say things.
It sounded like to me somewhere within the son's personal setting, maybe the young lady could have coached him a little bit into what he needed to say or do, because it really didn't start off that way. But toward the end, it's began to change. So it sounded like to me he must have got a little some tips on what and how he needed to either his reactions or his actions or what he needed to say to his dad. Because I mean, he really started to get on point. And I there's no way possible you could be that on point and no one take the time to kind of show you what you needed to do.
And think about too the relationship, because when you really care about somebody, you don't want them suffering. So his intention may have been to help, but his approach at first was very unhelpful. We all agree with that. He didn't listen. He was a bit aggressive. He wasn't violent, but aggressive. And then he changed it. He was able to check and ask immediately, hey, are you thinking about killing yourself? He assessed the situation by asking that question just to see which way he needed to navigate. And maybe that was by receiving tools from his friend or maybe taking this course. He encouraged and even offered, right, some resources. Go to your doctor, go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist. His dad was willing to talk to his PCP for further information. And he told him one thing at the end. What gave his dad some reassurance? What did he say to his dad right before watching the game?
That he loved him?
Yeah.
That he loved him and that he's
missing.
He misses him, but that he is
supportive.
Here.
Yeah.
He's here.
He's here.
Yeah.
So you're not alone, Dad.
I like the way he kind of dismantled that stigma stuff, trying to jump in when the dad was like, what are you trying to say? I need to see a shrink. And he downplayed that to say, well, what I'm saying is you need some professional help. Like, you know, to say a shrink, that just brings out this stigma stuff. And so the son just kind of dismantled that by, I think he did a good job with that to just.
Yes. Keeping the main thing, not getting off task. Off point. So what could have been next steps for Jeremy with his dad? Like what could Jeremy have, or who could Jeremy have contacted in that situation?
He could have made the phone call right then with, you know, sometimes it's probably good to get the ball rolling right away instead of, you know, giving it any more time for him to think about it or change his mind. Maybe let's just call now. Make that appointment.
Right. Because you never know how long appointments may be off. I know sometimes my appointments is 25. My doctor is not available to 2026. So you never know how long those appointments are off. He didn't say what the appointment was. He just said, I have an appointment anyway. So yeah, I agree with her. Like, you know, supporting him and making sure that he has this schedule. Asking him, when is your appointment scheduled?
Yeah.
You know?
That's true. Hey, great dialogue. So Jeremy, he made some mistakes. We acknowledge that. He got better towards the end. This shows us that even when we make mistakes to our approach, or our approach is not necessarily effective, we can still pivot to provide support and care. So despite our best intentions, people do die by suicide. Noticing warning signs and and asking directly about suicide, we can help save lives. So let's spend some time talking about another situation that is an immediate crisis, a substance use crisis. So think about the video we saw before. So let me hide y'all so y'all can see the screen. Okay. The video with Frida. Remember she had took substance and there was some emergency techniques that needed to happen until the medical professionals came. So an overdose means having more of a drug than the body can cope. An overdose is a very serious situation that requires immediate medical attention. We call 911 right away. Narcan is the medication normally for, I always have a hard time. And if everyone can mute their phone, please. Narcan can reverse the effects of an overdose on opioids, such as heroin and prescription pain medications, potentially saving someone's life. You can get additional information about naloxone. You can read the word, you know what I'm saying, in the manual. I will say this, that they were providing Narcan for churches, for schools, because the amount of fentanyl that young adults and adolescents were consuming. So it was readily available for people to use in emergency situations. Okay, so we saw this with Frida when her trainer assisted her before the medical professionals came. If you look at this, you want to check for a response. So just like with regular first aid and mental health first aid, we assess the situation first. And when we assess, everybody okay, we clear the situation or clear the space, and then we go to that person. We check for a response. We can lightly tap their foot with our foot. This way you can easily move out the way if the person reacts wildly or aggressively. You call 911 or you have somebody call 911. Mental health first aiders should ask for an ambulance and tell the dispatcher that you suspect a person is overdosing. If others are present, make sure they stay clear of the scene. Crouch next to him, so look at number 1, how that person is right near to them. And unless the person is pregnant, it doesn't really matter which side, whether the left or right side. If the person is pregnant, crouch next to their left side. Bring the arm closest to you up and over the head as far as it will go. So if you look at number 1, you see how their arm is lifted up. Okay. This arm will serve as a pillow after you've turned the person onto their side. So you're going to place them on the opposite side, place the other arm across the body, take the knee that is furthest away from you and bend it because it's going to help when you're turning them over. With one hand on the shoulder farthest from you and the other on the raised knee, roll the person toward you. Move the person's arm and leg out so that the person is stable like in the picture. Adjust the person's head so it's resting high on their arm, making sure their mouth is pointed downward. If the person vomits, gravity will make sure the vomit leaves the body safely and prevents them from choking. So it's all going down. Okay. Call 911. Even if you're skilled in doing all of this, the repositioning, still call 911. Do not use this position on a couch or bed because the person may fall off or roll into the cushions and suffocate. Putting someone in the recovery position during a substance use crisis is one of the most important actions you can take to save a life. So let's spend some time talking about another situation that is an immediate crisis. And before we get to that, does anybody have any questions about substance use crisis? Okay. So a severe psychotic state. Everybody good to keep it moving? I can't see y'all, so y'all don't have to say yes.
Yes.
No, maybe. Okay. All right. So psychosis is a syndrome or a collection of symptoms rather than a diagnosis. Now we know at church, we believe in the power of the Holy Ghost. Some people say Holy Spirit. And for the outside world or the natural state, it may look the same. And I'm not asking you again to diagnose. This course is not for you to diagnose to say they're having a psychotic breakdown. No, it's to be mindful and aware. But we know sometimes when people are full of the Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost, it may look a little strange or different. Okay? But just be mindful of what you're noticing and what you see. That's the part of the assessment before you approach and use the other steps of the action plan. So let's take a look at the signs and symptoms. So change in appetite, decline in self-care, voicing strange feelings, delusions, or hallucinations, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. A lot of people use the word depressed and anxiety. If you're feeling really sad or overwhelmed, that's typical, because being depressed and anxious clinically is different from I'm just having a bad day or I'm feeling overwhelmed. But we look at these signs and symptoms. Okay. One potential crisis associated with psychosis is a severe psychotic state, which we will discuss in a few minutes. But first, let's discuss the difference between delusion and hallucination. So delusions, is it on here? No, not yet. Okay. Delusions are fixed beliefs or ideas that do not change even when there is conflicting evidence around the belief. So if you want to go to your manual, we're on page 109. Some delusions are bizarre, others are not. Hallucinations, not just seeing, but even hearing or feeling, even smelling something that others do not see, hear, feel, or smell. So with delusions, your beliefs are distorted. Okay. With hallucinations is something that is perceived by sight, hearing, feeling, smelling. So more of your senses are involved. Pay special attention to the person's cultural considerations. And for us, we have a church culture. So we want to be mindful of that as well. Okay. A person's personal practices and beliefs, including religious or spiritual ones, are distinct from hallucinations and delusions. One of the symptoms that is less commonly understood is an auditory hallucination. Next, we're going to do an activity about auditory hallucination. So the purpose of this activity is to stimulate auditory hallucinations to better understand them and to practice our noticing skills as mental health first aiders. All right, turn to page 58 of your PPG to learn about the purpose, roles, rules, instructions, and script. There are two purposes for this activity. So you are going to better understand auditory hallucinations and practice your noticing skills as a mental health first aider. While auditory hallucinations may not be as common as other signs and symptoms, they can cause significant interference for the person experiencing them. Reducing the length of time between symptoms and early intervention often leads to better recovery. Remember, we always want to encourage hope and have the notion that recovery is possible. All right. So I told you to turn to page 58. If possible, I need someone to volunteer for me. I'm gonna have to look at you guys real quick. So you're gonna see the gray block. Can I get a volunteer? Anybody?
What would you like us to do?
I just need you to read something because
Okay.
I can't do both at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. It is suggested that you set your screen to gallery view. Can you guys do that? And turn to page 59.
Mel, I'm afraid if I move it, I'll lose it.
Okay, that's fine. So let's rewind for, hold on just a minute.
And Lady Melody, is the gray box supposed to be up on the screen? This is me, Aris.
Yes.
Okay.
It pops up when I have to look at their beautiful faces. So yes, it'll go away in a little bit.
Okay.
So let's go back real quick. Go to page 58 for me, guys. And do you see the activity on page 58?
Yes.
Okay. So on page 58, I want you to read what's going on.
It's not a scenario. That's not what it is, right? It says the activity is auditory hallucination. It has purpose,
Yes.
roles, rules. Okay.
Yes. And I think I don't need a volunteer. I think I can do it myself. So I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. And you're just going to follow along in your PPG on page 58. And I'm going to do something really quick. There it is. Okay, I already read that. Okay. Do you guys see the script? This is the part that's good. Okay, let me get the script. You can stretch and I'll let you know.
Are you giving us a little break?
Yes, ma'am.
We on a break.
Yeah, because I'm looking for the script.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
like my internet not working for a second.
Oh, okay, I found it. Okay. Let me go back to my instructions. Okay, everybody has their screen on the gallery view? Yes? Can you guys tell me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I am going to be giving you some instructions. And as I'm giving you instructions, you're going to experience an auditory hallucination. Okay? So I can't see you guys. You ready? Okay. I guess you're saying yes.
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 Thank you. Okay. The new library is amazing. You are almost there. Just a little bit to go. Start out going west on Owen Avenue toward Gilson Street. Then, after half a mile, turn right onto Parker Street. If you don't know that area, Park Street is just past the grocery store on Lowell. Then, after a quarter of a mile, take the third or fourth left onto Fish Hatchery Road. If you have reached Haywood Drive, you've gone too far. Make a quick right onto Fish Hatchery, and the big green building is the new library. It is right next to the old library, so you can't miss it. It's so beautiful, so big, great, common spaces, and incredible views. Okay, so you guys know how to get to the library? You know I can't see you, right?
I heard the instructions, but I can't remember all that.
No, I know it's next to the old library.
And it's big and beautiful.
And we can't miss it when we get there.
So how was that for you? Trying to listen to me give directions and then hear
Confusing.
the hallucination. You were confused? Somebody said confused?
I was.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, it was two different people? Well, I might have missed that. I was just listening to these instructions about turning here and there.
You didn't hear another voice in the background talking while I was giving instructions?
No.
I just
Y'all
heard you
didn't hear
giving
that?
instructions.
No, we just heard you.
Oh, you
Oh, so you didn't have.
hallucinating.
No, you about to hallucinate. Clearly. Okay. Well, you about to hallucinate now. How about that? Stranger things have happened. Okay. So put it back on gallery view if you can. Can you guys do that for me? And let me know when you do.
So I'm on gallery view.
You're on gallery view right now?
Yes.
Me too.
Okay. So let's get this. Okay.
Why are you talking to them?
Can you hear that?
Don't trust them.
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Why are you talking to them?
The new library is
Don't
amazing.
trust them.
You're almost there. Just a little bit to go.
Are they looking at
Start
you?
out going west on Owen Avenue
Why
toward
would they
Gilsey
want to
Street.
talk with you?
Then, after half a mile,
Do you
turn
think
right
you
onto
can
Park
trust
Street.
them?
If you don't know that
You
area,
can't
Park Street is
trust
just
them.
past the grocery
You
store
can't
on
trust
Laurel.
anyone.
Then, after a quarter of a mile,
Why are
take the
you talking
third
to
or
them?
fourth left onto
Don't
Fish
trust
Hatchery
them.
Road. If you have
Why
reached
are you
Wood
talking to
Drive,
them?
you've gone too far. Make a
Don't
quick
trust
right
them.
onto Fish Hatchery Road.
Are they
The
looking at
big
you?
green building is the new library.
Why would they
It
want
is
to
right
talk
next
with
to
you?
the old library, so you can't
Do
miss
you
it.
think you can
It
trust
is
them?
so beautiful, so
You
big,
can't trust them.
great common
You
spaces,
can't trust
and
anyone.
incredible views.
Why are you talking to them?
Okay, now, how was that?
That was weird.
I can't trust you.
You can't trust me, or you can't trust the voices in your head.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
So think
was-
about that.
Mm.
So what do you think experiencing that, trying to decipher what's real and what's not?
Oh my God, that's awful.
Mm.
But it's some people reality.
Absolutely. You said it. So what do you think that person, put yourself in the shoes now, what they may be going through, what thoughts they're having.
That they're losing their mind.
Mm.
Make it stop. You know, it's just like, woo.
And then which voice to believe? Because in one thing it was going in their head, like, why are you listening to them? Why are you talking to them? Why are you following them? Why are you doing it? But then you're trying to get the direction to go to where you're trying to be, but you got this other voice that's speaking to you in your head. So chaos.
Chaos. You said it.
Sad.
Yeah.
And so, knowing what you've learned so far, I want you to go to page 59 now in your PPG. How do you think that person would appear as they're trying to go back and forth in their mind?
Oh, confused.
Yes, confused, very much so.
And so think about you on the outside looking at them.
We've probably been judging, sitting in judgment, definitely not really knowing what's going on, coming to our own, preconceived notions and having our biases and everything against that person and not really knowing what their realities are and what they're, enduring at that moment.
I would be wondering why they're acting like that or looking the way they are. That's the thought that would go through my head. I wouldn't say it, but that's what would be in my mind.
But you be thinking it.
Yeah, I'd be
And
thinking
then
it.
sometimes you don't have to say things, and what you're not saying, your body can implement what you're thinking. Even though you might not vocalize it, those nonverbal cues, people can feel those and sense those as well.
That's true.
Those nonverbal cues. So you, as the person experiencing that, I know someone mentioned feeling confused. Any other emotions that you felt? And where was your mind going as you heard the two different voices?
I wanted it to
Be
be
afraid.
Okay, Marlon and Missy said something.
Oh, I was saying I wanted it to be over with. I wanted it to just stop, like enough already.
Mm-hmm. Marlon, were you going to add something?
Yeah, I said I would be scared at that point. I'm hearing two voices, and they're you know, you're telling me do something, and I'm half hearing both sides, and but what I'm picking up is you can't trust what this person is saying to you, and this person is saying you just go down here and make a left and a right, and you can't trust what this person is saying, and you know, so I'm feel overwhelmed and kind of scared as well.
A lot.
And,
So similar. Oh, go ahead.
And if you don't understand it, it's in your head. I just can imagine a person looking all around too to see where is the voice, who is talking to me, because you hear more than this one person that might be in your faces. Where is the other one? So I could imagine looking at somebody doing all that would just be a lot.
Yeah, they can be very perplexed looking at you, like really seeing what's coming out of your mouth versus what I'm hearing. Mm-hmm. That is true. So does this help you become more empathetic to people who are, and even if they don't share, but you see something maybe a little off, for lack of better words, to show some empathy to them? So similar to other health conditions, episodes of psychosis can vary in severity. When the symptoms of psychosis are severe, it is referred to as a severe psychotic state. Some people experience a severe psychotic state rarely, whereas others may experience severe psychosis several times a year. It can vary from person to person. So let's go to the next slide. Here we go. And thank you guys for bearing with me with these technical difficulties. Just appreciate y'all so much. There. So a person in a severe psychotic state can have overwhelming delusions and hallucinations, very disorganized speech. Okay. And when we talk about disorganized speech, is when a person speaks tangentially, quickly jumping from one unrelated topic to another. So someone said like they can be looking around trying to decipher. If they're disorganized speech, yeah, the Cowboys played yesterday, but did you know Skittles taste so good? What does one have to do with the other? It may also mean repeating things another person says or speaking with people or things that are not present. All right. Our aim or our main aims are to de-escalate and assess for safety. And I want to bring special notes. We already talked about this. To de-escalate, I'm missing something. Yeah, bear with me. We already did that. Well, it was supposed to be a keynote in here, like to make sure you're safe, they're safe, and then we want to attempt de-escalation, which is on the next slide, and call 911 or 988. So to de-escalate, we want to be calm. Our heart might be beating outside of our chest. We may not know what to do. But if they're up here, we don't need to match them up there. We need to stay calm, non-threatening tone. Talk to them how they feel, what they're willing to share. If they have an advanced care directive or relapse prevention plan, follow those, but we may not know that. Try to find out if the person has anyone they can trust. If so, let's try to contact them. And here it is. And I just said it. So make sure you're safe. Try to see if they're in a safe space. Attempt to de-escalate and connect to a professional when needed. Okay. So we're about to watch another video. And as far as the advanced care directives, you can turn to page 37 in your manual. And as always, if you feel like you're in danger, call 911. Okay. You can call 988. They do have a mobile crisis unit available. So we're going to watch this video of someone who appears to be experiencing a severe psychotic state and how two neighbors offer help. So remember, just like in the previous videos, there are certain questions I want you to focus on. What signs and symptoms do you notice? What steps of the action plan are demonstrated by whom? What helpful and unhelpful actions do you notice? And is this person in a crisis? Okay.
A little high on this one. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I didn't touch it very long. No. You don't touch it. You don't touch it. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? Did I leave it in the bag? Run a test on these two. Got you.
Hey.
Everything all right?
It's weird. Have you seen Peter lately?
No, not really. Why?
I think I saw him talking to himself. He seemed a little distressed. And I heard some shouting through the walls this past week. But I don't know. I might be overthinking it.
I know. Don't rush me. You've got to stop forgetting when I tell you. Quantity 60. 60. 60. Why is it always 60? That's interesting. Simulation doesn't matter. That's not what I'm...
Hey, Peter. It's Maria.
And Amir. Hey.
Hey. We haven't seen you in a while. We just wanted to say hi and see how you were doing.
I'm fine.
Is someone with you?
Oh, no, nobody.
Do you want to come outside and get some fresh air with us?
No.
Come on, man. Come outside.
No, I don't want to come outside. You guys come in.
Well, it's nice here on the stoop. Do you remember that barbecue we had with all our neighbors last summer?
It's different now.
Why don't you sit here and tell us about it, okay? You can always go back inside if you get uncomfortable.
Okay, but I'm gonna leave the door open.
Sure.
What you looking at, Peter?
So you said things were different. How?
People are different.
Like new neighbors? How do you mean?
It's not something I can explain.
I really would like to understand. Can you help me?
They look the same, but they're different.
It sounds like you're really worried. Peter, can you tell me more?
Well, they could be watching, so let's just be careful.
Okay, so you think that people are after you like spies or something?
Amir's just trying to understand.
I'm sorry, Peter. Listen, as you're saying, you should go. These people go nuts and they kill people.
He's the one who's afraid of us. Peter, do you have any thoughts of hurting anyone?
No, they could hurt me.
I'm so sorry to hear that. It sounds terrifying. Amir, would you like to sit down?
Yeah, you should definitely sit. Okay.
All right, so what I'm understanding is that a lot has changed and it has been very scary. Can you tell me why?
I just don't think it's safe. I can't explain.
Well, would you give me an example? I really would like to understand.
It's okay. Most people don't get it. My doctor, he doesn't even know that his prescriptions are being filled wrong. Their bottles are refilling them and resealing them. My mail's being monitored.
Wait, does that mean that you stopped taking the medication, Peter? There's nothing wrong with you, man. Nobody's messing with you. You need to get back to your medication.
You can't! You make me take anything.
What can we do?
No, you can't do anything.
Is there anything that helps you when you feel this way? Anyone we could call? Your sister?
No, she doesn't understand. I've tried. She...
Oh, man. You're really suffering.
We can help reach out to counselors for help.
No, I don't trust them.
You should really be able to talk to someone who understands, people who are experienced with things like this.
They're gonna force me to take my pills, and I can't.
They'll try to understand from you what's going on there. They care about more than just your pills.
And they're gonna protect you from the people that are after you.
I think what Amir means is that these are people who are experienced with situations like this. You should not have to go through this alone.
I'm gonna try to call them from over there.
No, look, Peter, we have some options. We can have someone come out here and talk to you, or we could go to the hospital, or we can just call the counselor's line and ask them for advice.
I don't
Which one would you be okay with?
I don't want to talk to anyone at all. No one.
I understand it seems scary. What do you think we should do?
Don't do anything. I didn't ask you to help me.
Okay, but if I was as scared and stressed out as you right now, wouldn't you want to help me?
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay, so since I'm not experienced with this myself, then tell me which option you would be okay with. We can have someone come to you, or we could go to the hospital, or we can just call counselors for help.
Maybe we could just call them just to talk.
Okay. Do you want me to call them here so you can hear what I say? Okay. Okay.
Yes, hi. My name is Maria Cruz, and I'm calling about my neighbor Peter. I understand it seems.
Okay, just for a moment. Everybody can still hear and see, and you guys are following along page 60 and 61. I forgot to say that. 60 and 61. Okay.
Gary, what do you think we should do?
Don't do anything. I didn't ask you to help me.
Okay, but if I was as scared and stressed out as you right now, wouldn't you want to help me?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so since I'm not experienced with this myself, then tell me which option you're okay with. We can have someone come to you, or we can go to the hospital, or we could just call counselors for help.
I don't want to talk to anyone. Just leave me alone.
Okay, Peter, I understand. I'm sad to see you so distressed.
I need to go back to my apartment now.
We will come back later to check on you, okay? Yes, hi. My name is Maria Cruz, and I'm calling about my neighbor Peter.
Okay, so what signs and symptoms did you notice?
Isolation.
Say it one more time.
Isolation. He was isolating himself, staying in the house in the dark.
Mm-hmm. What else about him?
Medication.
Say it again.
Not taking his medication.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to himself.
Yeah, hearing voices. Looked like he hadn't, his body hygiene wasn't the best. Like he hadn't like bathed and stuff, and looked like he had old food, take out food that was in the, and looked like his house wasn't tidy as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Was paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
And displayed some of that disorganized speech too.
Acting.
Right.
Saying
He acted
things are
very,
different but the same.
he acted very scared, as if someone is listening to him, following him.
Mm-hmm. That's the paranoia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what steps of the action plan are demonstrated and by whom? What was helpful and unhelpful that you noticed?
The young lady was very helpful in giving him options. She gave him like 3 different options and trying to seek help. Amir, her friend, he was not helpful to me. He had a bad attitude. He was like, I mean, his perspective and how he interacted with him was just so inappropriate, and the words that he said and
The jerk.
the way that he treated him was just not right.
I heard you, Marlon. Yes, he was a jerk. Yes, he was. And think about, place yourself, let's say you're in the sanctuary where you are, and someone is sitting down and you just happen to walk past them and notice a different behavior. So think about Amir. He was standing over the person, right? So if someone stops you, or you happen to notice and you stop and they're sitting, what's the best option for you to meet them where they are? What can you do?
Sit.
Sit down next to them.
Mm-hmm.
especially next to them, not in
Mm-hmm.
front of them, not behind them.
Sitting next to them, and you can ask, is it okay for me to sit next to you? Because I really want to understand what you're saying. Amir, he need to take this class several times over, saying that nothing's wrong. You really think they're coming after you? Just really dismissive or patronizing, really, in a sense.
Right. He even mentioned the word insane to the guy,
Mm-hmm. And whispering, but not really. He's gonna come after you. He's crazy. Very unhelpful terminology. Now with Maria, she sat next to him. Was she loud and aggressive? What are you doing? You smell funny. You look funny. None of those judgmental comments.
She was real calm.
Mm-hmm. Very calm.
And it seems like he initiated it all. Amir did, but he wasn't ready to go this extra mile when the guy came out. But he did initiate the concern. Like he noticed we need to check on him, but as far as he wanted to take it, he wasn't prepared to deal with anything beyond that.
And what is the first thing as mental health first aiders we do before we approach? What do?
Yes.
We assess. And a lot of it is assessing within. Do you have the capacity to approach them? And let's pay special attention. They gave us two scenarios. So one is the perfect world where he was saying, "Oh, yes," Peter was saying, "Yes, I'll consider talking to somebody. We're just gonna talk. That's it." But the second scenario, he wasn't receptive. Thanks, but no thanks. And that may occur. You can pray, shakalalala, and all the things in the oil, and here's some resources, and they can leave it right there with you. Thank you. That's okay. So you can still do your due diligence as a mental health first aider. It does not hurt to call 988. Hey, my friend, my loved one, my neighbor, whoever it is, are experiencing some things. You give them as much information as you can. If they're in immediate danger and they're refusing, you call 911. And then if you're in a church setting, then you can let the pastor know. Just FYI, because when you leave and you go home, they may come back to the church. So to let the leader or someone at the church know, hey, this is what just happened. They left, but I did call 988 or I did call 911. So if someone happens to call the church, this is the information. Okay. All right. Any questions about that? No? So throughout the segment, we have learned crisis signs and symptoms and how to respond. Now we are going to get an opportunity to practice. Because when you leave here and you pass your test, you want to be able to know how to use these new skills that you've acquired. Okay, let's get back to the technology. So I want you to turn to page 62 of your participant processing guide. I'm going to put you back in your groups. So we're going to finish up Barbara, Frank, and Valerie. Valerie. Okay. And remember the questions that you're supposed to discuss: signs and symptoms, steps of the action plan, and how you determine the person was in a crisis. So this time they are in crisis. Okay. And y'all, we're almost finished. Thank you guys for holding on. Okay. Here is Valerie for group 3. Here is Barbara and by Mr. Frank. All right. And let me move you guys. All right. You guys have 4 minutes. You should see the invite. Mm.
Lady Melody, how are you?
My bed is calling me, so I'm a little sleepy. But other than that, I am doing okay. How are
Good.
you?
I'm doing good. We were at a prayer breakfast, but we were on the majority of the time. But about how much longer do you have?
Probably about 25 minutes at that.
Okay. And so after you finish, you could just turn it over to me and we'll close it, do everything we need to do.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. You are a consummate professional. Let me let you get back to the class though.
Okay.
All right.
Everybody is back. We're going to start with Frank. So this is the last story of Frank. One night after dinner with you and your brother, Frank is heavily intoxicated and he decides he'd like to go gambling at the local casino. He doesn't seem to have the money, but he overdrafts his accounts to have some cash to play with. Frank loses it immediately, and this sends him into a panic. There is a guy at the next table who is laughing with his friends about Frank. This angers Frank, and he begins to yell at the man. The man's friends step in, and a large multi person argument ensues. Security is called to break up the fight. Signs and symptoms, action plan steps, and how you determine the person was in crisis.
Okay. We've noticed that he's drinking again heavily. It states this time. He's now gambling again at a casino, and he knew rather he didn't have the money. So we've identified that his impulsivity has been heightened because now he's overdrafting his accounts. That's nothing that we noted that he had done before like that. And then he loses it, and that sends him into a panic. So now he's entering into another area, and he's paranoid about the people next to him, which causes him to go into a frenzy and yelling, which causes a fight to ensue. So we're going to go with G and E, and definitely encourage. We're going to encourage him that he needs to seek assistance. He needs help. We're going to offer solutions, let him know we don't have all the answers, but we're going to do our best to support him while he maneuvers through these possible solutions.
And if he says no, then what?
Encourage of E. Want to continue to encourage him that we feel it's necessary because everything has heightened.
But if you see that he's in immediate danger because his